Can I welcome you back after lunch? And all those who are outside, if you can hear me, please come in. Those who are inside, please sit down. And I'd request our participants in the panel who are here in person to come up on the stage. Can I request Dr. Matthew George to come up? Dr. Nirja Sood. I'm taking it Dr. Arima Mishra is online. Can we just see as I take the name, can the team please see? Yeah, Arima is there, excellent. Nirja is here. Dr. Rakhal Gaitonde, is he there? Yeah, there he is. Dr. Unni Krishnan?
Yes.
Yes, he's there,
I'm
excellent. Here. Dr. Nakiran, can we have you up here? Dr. Prashant? Has Prashant been able to come? Prashant had written saying that he'll be in an interior area, so may not get a link. And he sent a note, so whenever his turn is there, I'll then read it out in case he's not joined by then. Somit Roy, is he online? Yeah. Can we have him?
Yes, ma'am, I'm online.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Dr. C.K. George? Yeah, there he is. Okay. Dr. Kabir Sheikh said he would not be able to come. He's just got COVID and not feeling well, so we'll have to do without him. But I was just wondering, can we just see, is he linked up? Dr. Kabir Sheikh? He said he would in case he felt up to it. No, okay. Dr. Ramila Bisht, can we have you here, please? Please, come and take your place here. Please. Dr. Rajiv Dasgupta, do we have you on? He's in isolation at home because of COVID in the family. Is Rajiv there? No? Will somebody please call up Dr. Rajiv Dasgupta to get on board? Who will do that? Shivangi, do you have number, please? Dr. Rajiv Dasgupta.
Ma'am, we are doing it. We are doing it.
You're doing it? Okay.
Yeah.
Take. So meanwhile, let's begin. He can join us as soon as possible. Okay, so the panel discussion we have now, from what we heard in the morning and all the excitement of the initial years, the way the institution has been built and all its work, I think we are coming down to contemporary times and the challenges and opportunities that we have for the discipline of public health. As we complete 50 years of the center engaged in public health or social medicine and community health, as we were christened by the visionaries who formulated the idea of this center in the late 1970s, we feel the need to introspect on the discipline and to think about its future. That's where this panel is structured. As a center in the university, we thought our contribution in the present challenge is in the knowledge space. And so that's what we are talking about, and therefore saying discipline of public health and not just public health alone. Thereby not on the health systems development issues, which are very much and are very important dimensions of what the debates are on today. They are big and related challenges, but that's not where our focus will be for the next 3 hours, we hope. What characterizes the discipline as we see it are the theoretical formulations we work with, the concepts we apply to understand and address public health problems, the methodologies we adopt to generate new knowledge, the education system and pedagogy to pass on that knowledge to new entrants into the discipline, and the processes used to translate the available knowledge in the discipline into policies, programs, and practice. These are all matters internal to the discipline and the academic framework at one level and its activities. Yet it has to relate itself to the applied dimension of public health, the two being very necessarily closely interrelated. The relationship between the academic and applied dimensions is what gives the discipline its opportunity to bring about changes in health conditions of populations. And it is also what poses many of the challenges that the discipline has to face. The influence of larger societal forces and tendencies on scientific endeavors is now well accepted, from Foucault to Jasanoff telling us about how knowledge is co-produced between society and its various dimensions and the scientific establishment and endeavors. So these larger forces, which we learnt about in public health in great depth from Professor Banerjee and Dr. Kadir over the years, and we've heard about that in the morning, and then earlier Warsaw and so on, got strengthened in the 70s and 80s with the kind of work we heard, and then the coming of the Alma Ata. And today what we see is a situation where these issues seem to be open all over again. The neoliberal times have exacerbated the influence of the medical industrial complex, and the social sciences have often been done in a way that supported the techno-managerial perspective of that industrial complex rather than the people's perspective which social sciences brought into public health. Therefore, a central question now, from when the 70s where social sciences being brought into public health was a seminal part of what the center was able to do, today that is widely accepted. And yet the nature of that social sciences is what seems to be a point of contention. Is it to be economics and management studies which is the social science that informs public health? Or is it to be sociology, anthropology, social psychology, political science, political economy? These are all very different kinds of social science. And therefore, when we say bring social science into public health, that's just not enough today. We need to look at these issues. We have emerging streams of public health knowledge, therefore, from the most reductionist techno-managerial framings, but on the other side, and in many ways that those remain in the dominant frame, as we've seen during the COVID, for example, to a whole spectrum of perspectives which are in the process of building more holistic frameworks. So this is where we need to locate where are the challenges and the opportunities. Therefore, some questions that we posed to the panelists and shared with them in the concept note that we shared were, as the discipline meant to generate and provide the knowledge for guarding and improving population health, what would be our response to the old and newer challenges? Whether the nomenclature is public health, community health, social medicine, preventive medicine, community medicine, global health, or One Health. Now we have all these newer ones coming up as well. What difference does it make to public health thinking? Because all of these connote something somewhat slightly different. Our shifts in focus of public health education, of research agendas and methodologies, and of public health perspectives and policy recommendations occurring in response to the challenges of the present times, or are they part of the processes leading to the challenges? One would say there could be different kinds of public health, some adding to the challenges and some helping deal with the challenges. So where do we locate them? What challenges is your institution or you were facing in your work in conducting its public health education, research, and policy-related activities? What concepts and approaches are helping public health meet the challenges? What opportunities do you see for strengthening the discipline? Therefore, what we look forward to in the panel is really the sharing of concerns by those who are going to be in harness in public health institutions for about the next decade or so. That's how we've chosen the list of panelists that you see. And we wanted diversity of voices as much as possible. Therefore, you can see it's a panel with 12 panelists, which can be considered just too much by some people. But we've requested them to restrict themselves each to 5 minutes and to 1 or 2 issues that they feel are major concerns for discussing the discipline today. After the panel has shared their concerns, we would then have a panel of discussants who would respond to some of the issues that they have raised, highlight some that they think important, and maybe pull out some of the lessons that it provides us for future directions. Okay, so shall we begin? The first on our list was Dr. Matthew George. I'm going to request each one to just briefly state their affiliation and then continue with their concern.
Good afternoon to you all, and thank you for the organizers for giving me an opportunity to talk about public health as a discipline, which I have to say that I've been living through it since my post-graduation. So when I reflect on my own master's public health training, one of the major challenges as a student of MPH way back in 1996, when one of the first of the MPH program in the country started, was that public health is a specialized field of medicine. What are non-medicals doing here? And that's an important question, and I consider it is still relevant, where when I teach students of public health for last 15 years in Tata Institute of Social Sciences, even now recently moved on to Central University of Kerala at the Department of Public Health, the students who are coming for MPH course, if they are not from science, biology background, the same apprehension exists after 25 years. So why is it so? That's something which I'm concerned, where on one hand, the dominant discourse within public health has been maybe post-germ theory. It has been more of a subdiscipline of medicine and would prefer to position it under natural science discipline than as a social science. Recently, in the new place where I joined, the larger discussion is, I said public health is not really like a natural science, but it is also not a social science. That's the immediate response from faculty colleagues coming in to say that there is an inherent hesitation also to consider public health as a social science at some point of time. Though on one hand, in comfortable positions like JNU and TIS, where there is a larger aura of social sciences, we always talk about public health has to be socially sensitive, it is a social science discipline. So my major question here is, history of public health is one reason why where community medicine is associated as a way by which public health is to be looked upon for its trajectory, which may not be true. And even if it is true, do we talk about an ascribed identity or an achieved identity? Just being historically public health belonging to a community medicine discipline, even if it is so, do we need to give an achieved identity of a natural science, where the current public health activity and practice is predominantly among society, community, and people? So when you put identities based on historical lineage, always we are falling into trouble. Let us also look at the present and see where public health moves on. The second point, which also I would like to bring in, is about the interdisciplinary nature of public health, which I think in the morning a lot of people have extensively talked about the interdisciplinarity. What I have noticed is that interdisciplinary is obviously necessary for good practice of public health. But unfortunately, being interdisciplinary in public health implies always getting subsumed by established disciplines. As earlier the chair mentioned, whether it's anthropology, sociology, economics, all of this has been used, the techniques in public health. But what is the theory in public health? What are the areas that public health should address? Or the larger question is, what is not public health? Because at the end of the day, everything under the sun is influencing health of people. So where do we draw the line? And most of the time we fail to do so in doing that. So the classic case is health technology assessment, the very recent development that is going on. Health technology assessment being a public health concern, it has only become economic analysis at its core, where we all say that where is ethics? Do we really need that appropriate technology in the first place? Those questions are never looked at. It is largely looking at if it is economically viable, let us do it. So this is a classic case where public health as a discipline get hijacked when you get subsumed into other disciplines, again in the same name of same interdisciplinarity. So interdisciplinarity is inevitable for sure. But when we say interdisciplinarity, where will you draw the lines or boundaries of public health as an independent discipline? Are we willing to admit and take public health as an independent discipline, and is it necessary? If not, how can it be a subdiscipline throughout? How long will we treat it as a subdiscipline? Then the question becomes, like social work, disaster management, development studies, how are the questions addressed in public health different from those addressed by other disciplines? For instance, I would like to bring the example of management and social work as a discipline. Those are also interdisciplinary, But at the same time, it has a boundary fixed within that at some point of time as the area of operation, the problems which fall under public health. Do we need to do that for public health in the long term? It has already started as an academic discipline, but within our country, I doubt whether a single university is offering a public health degree under Faculty of Public Health. It's yet to emerge. And which are the theories in public health which we can solidly say as public health theories, not as a theory from social sciences, not as a theory from economics, but as public health theories, which are those theories? And epidemiological theoretical limitations has already been examined by philosophers at large of epidemiology, as epidemiology failed to have a certain theory beyond statistics and maybe biological sciences. And finally, the third aspect I would like to highlight is the association of social science approaches in public health. For instance, social determinants of health is an idea which everyone in the field of public health agrees, whether those with a biomedical or a social model-based perspective. The relationship between income and ill health is also rarely contested upon. But from a social science perspective, it is theoretically and academically sound to theorize the macro context of social determinants of health and inequalities in health. What distinguishing public health as a practicing profession from other social science disciplines? Is its inherent mandate to respond to public health challenges of people amid crisis and uncertainty. And in most of the academic debates and research, this is not really addressed or sufficiently addressed from a macro perspective alone. We need to translate the macro perspectives of social determinants of health into micro and meso institutional possibilities for change in the immediate term. What in the morning Dr. Abhay Bang was responding to. Do we really need to wait for the larger political change to come in to do public health? Or what are the immediate low-hanging fruits that are possibly to be addressed even by modifying institutional and other community level changes till the larger change comes in? So these are the failure of public health discipline in a way to respond to the day-to-day public health problems can result in the public health also might face in future the same fate of academic epidemiology. Way back in 90s, Carl Shey and all very effectively talk about the failure of academic epidemiology when it becomes only knowledge production. So public health also being too much macro and social, academically could be sound enough, but fail to deliver it to the people at large. So these are largely, so how a social science approach in public health can be made relevant to public health problems in a more applied fashion is a challenge even among social scientists who are trying to address public health at large. So this is something which I'm putting it based on my own engagement, and mostly I'm posing it as a student questions. In last 15 years of teaching, students come out with these questions, and these are their questions, and we need to address it for the future public health. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. We would now have Dr. Arima Mishra, but just before that, one, I'm sorry, I forgot Indranil. I missed putting him on the list, but he's very much part of the panel. Will you please come up? And Dr. Anurag Bhargav, is he online?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah. So I'm putting you somewhere in the middle of the list. Is that okay?
Maybe little towards the end. I just come back to the OPD. So.
Okay, sure. So Arima, Dr. Arima Mishra?
Okay, thank you everyone. Unfortunately, I missed the exciting discussion in the morning. So I am from Ajim Premji University. And I'll perhaps reflect a little bit from our experience, that the team at the university's experience of actually engaging in what we called reimagining a public health education program. But let me begin with a few anecdotes, and which will perhaps set the context of the kinds of challenges that we are talking about. Here I also happen to be part of the recruitment in the university. So one of the potential candidate actually says that, I have been working in the area of health system policy and governance for whatever number of years, but, I'm not really familiar with the technical part of public health. So am I eligible to apply for a faculty position or not, right? And what is that technical? Obviously, my second question is, what is the technical part of public health? And that happens to be epidemiology. So before we kind of celebrate the success of liberating, and which Matthew says we have not liberated ourselves from medicine, but epidemiology is the next technical part of it, comes. Second is somebody said that I actually work in the area of sexual and reproductive health rights. I'm a SRHR person, and I have also a PhD, but I don't have a foundational training in public health, right? Something to kind of think about. Here is a colleague who actually works in the field of labor and was discussing about, minimum wages, working conditions, anemia, etc., etc. And makes a remark saying that, anemia seems to be very prevalent among this particular set of workers. Is it a public health issue? Actually, I don't know anything about public health. In the context of designing a program, we obviously had reached out to many people from the grassroots organizations to whoever that we could think about. One of the points that was told to us is that many of our programs actually produce high-flying consultants who don't have actually a real on-the-ground understanding of and the practice of public health. As you could imagine, and this is from the senior official and technical institute, and many actually would resonate with this thing, it poses some of the fundamental questions that Ritu actually had begun with, but some of it, we thought that we had assumed that perhaps it's settled, but it's not necessarily settled, because we are still asking these questions. Who is in public health? Who is on the fence? Who is outside of it? What is public health? Do we really have a shared understanding of what the field of public health is all about? The discipline we have got to figure out. Is the contestation about public health not medical, but not technical as well? Because there is this whole question of, because one of the things that we continuously were asked, by many people. So does it have technical part of it? Of course, it has social part of it, but how much of technical? Are we missing out on the core of public health in trying to be, talking about the social orientation of public health, right? So what is this technical social that we are talking about, and how relevant it is, right? This whole question of the public health as a discipline, has an applied very application orientation, or what you call practice orientation, as to be core part of it. Do we really have a shared approach in terms of what that public health practice look like, right? And you have already spoken about interdisciplinarity, so I will not talk about it, but I think that we appreciate. I don't think anybody doesn't appreciate it. But does interdisciplinarity mean a set of, a laundry list of different courses to be standing out in a particular program, and we don't know whose responsibility it is to integrate and for what, right? So these were some of the questions, and many more that we, these whole questions of practice, theory, research, knowledge, practice, knowledge, action, etc., etc. Who is thinking, who is doing, kind of a thing. Many such challenges that we really had to, and I always feel that, and that's how I actually have learned the hard way, from a very hardcore discipline, from sociology to this so far, is that actually acknowledging, the nature of the tensions is the first step, and confronting it is the first step towards even thinking of some kinds of possibilities, of opportunities. And very small step that we are talking about is that, and we continue to deliberate in the university, is that we try to actually come up with a program. We just have designed it at this stage in trying to consciously dissolve or resolve or address some of these things that, technical and social, and, whether only you should have this course or that course, or how much of epidemiology, how much of medical sociology, or whatever, etc., etc. Actually, we started somewhere else. We said there is no end to this debate about whether 5 courses on epidemiology or 4 courses on epidemiology. We asked ourselves is that, what does the state of public health look like in the current context? Because are we, as a public health kind of community, in the sense of, as the educational, how do we stay relevant, right? So if we think and we are convinced that there is a need for an educational response to the current challenges that we are talking about in the country, then we should think about what kind of program should that be. And we began from there, and that is where this wider consultation. And we felt that, well, there is a need for an educational response to some of the challenges, because we might be very convinced about the social purpose of public health, and that is what defines public health. But the counter currents of what is not public are, so strong in that sense, right? So, and having been convinced that, okay, you need an educational response, then we began asking, for whom? and for what? What should that look like, right? So imagine we actually began from the end point. So who are these people that we think that should be part of the program? It should go out of the program to do what, right? And from that program objectives, we came backwards, right? So, okay, and we said that, let's take it head on, and we are also a diverse set of groups who deliberately, from the university side, deliberately, we recruit people from diverse trajectories. I would not call academics and practitioners, but diverse trajectories, because for practitioners, it's important to them, we are thinking, what does that academic orientation? And for us, who come from a little bit of a conventional trajectory, what does the practice orientation mean in that sense, right? And then we actually spoke about what could that practice look like. So if you are going to translate it to some of these competencies that we are talking about, operationalizing what interdisciplinarity mean could be competency, right? And we actually divided them into 4 different categories of competencies, hoping that, if we say that epidemiology, for what? Right? What shall we do? So that we did not think about courses like that. And actually we said that, social determinants of health also has been so much used, misused, abused, because social is separate, political is separate, something else is separate. We said we'll kind of liberate ourselves from that. And we actually have a course called Health as Social Phenomena, and the social is necessarily political. So we try to address these questions. These are difficult questions. So it's only now at the level of the imagination and the courses, but we as a team, what it means for our introspection, also something that we continuously do it, right? And we believe that, we are limited by our own experiences, right? So we also said, okay, public health action is happening in many places. So we as a team actually, visit, whether we recently had gone to Jan Swasthya Sahayog in, Chhattisgarh, or even wherever, to understand, okay, and when we're talking about the programs, trying to understand that work, because that is something that even our students are actually going to be doing it, so that we also don't think that they're all high-flying consultants and don't know what it means to actually work at the community level as well. So this is an ongoing journey, I would say, but I think what we have realized that we can't assume because I have a PhD in public health or I have a PhD in whatever medical anthropology engaging with public health, we all actually have a shared understanding. It's very conscious discussions and dialogues amongst us is the first step towards a journey, that a kind of an imagination that we have for public health. Yeah, so I'll stop there, Ritu.
Thank you, Arima. Thank you for in that very short while sharing some of the experience you've had. And it seemed that you're trying to again rejuvenate public health courses in a certain way, looking at the endogenous need and doing it that way. That sounds very, very exciting. I would now call on Nirja Sood to come and give her experience from a very different context.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thanks for giving me an opportunity to share my vision. I'm Dr. Nirja Sood. At present, I'm working in Indira Gandhi National Open University. It is an open distance learning university. For me also, I would say when I started my career in public health, I was working in Directorate of Health Services, where I was working mainly in the public health programs. And there I found we used to work as a team. And from a nursing background, I was integral part of the team in planning, implementing, and evaluating the program. After 22 years, when I shifted to IGNOU, it was a little shock for me. There I found medical nursing there was a big gap. And sharing my views there that how we can do integrated courses, interdisciplinary partnership in developing the programs. Still, it was a big hurdle, and you can say a gap has never been, even after my 15 years of there, I could not see there is any change in that gap. And unfortunately, Public Health Foundation once approached IGNOU to have MPH in PhD program for multidisciplinary group. But our medical faculty refused that offer. They said, no, we will only run for medical. You can have 2 programs separately, one multidisciplinary for nursing and other allied, and one for medical. But they tried to convince, let us sign a MOU, and we will have one program, but our medical faculty never agreed. Even we had a postgraduate diploma in district management. Although the target group was multidisciplinary, but none of the course writers, course editors, core committee, in that all it was MD community medicine or PSM. But we were offering program to interdisciplinary target group. Suddenly in UGC had a regulation that open distance learning university cannot offer programs in medical, nursing and public health. We have to close down that program. In 2016 only, ministry approached IGNU for community health officer program, that is certificate in community health. That was after they exhausted all the avenues. They went to all the councils, various institutions, none of them were willing to offer this program. Then IGNU, they signed in 2016 MOU with IGNU to offer this CHO program, because government has to run the health and wellness center. And IGNU has center all over India, and our centers are in medical and nursing colleges. So that time ministry found that yes, IGNU is a potential institution who can run this program, and this was a time-bound program. The demand was very high. In 2017, we started offering this program in various institutions which were identified by the ministry, that was the district hospitals, state health and health welfare and training institutions, various nursing colleges, but there were some states who never adopted the IGNU 6 months certificate program. They were running their own program. For some of the institutions, they collaborated with public health institutions and with IIPH, Gujarat especially, they had their own program. And later, some of the states, they collaborated with other public health institutions which offered the program even for 3 months. And UP at present also running the 4 months program. So there were different categories of programs, 6 months, 4 months, 3 months, and curriculum was accordingly modified as per the need. So challenges were, although we had this program, but what about the standardization of the curriculum? That was a big challenge. Who is monitoring? Because some of the monitoring reports have emphasized that CHO is not able to perform what they were supposed to perform in the health and wellness center. But ministry was doing the monitoring of that program. We never received any monitoring report at IGNU. But slowly we observed that government wants that they should be trained, they should be posted, and in between they will come out with the modules which they will update their knowledge and skills. Unfortunately, I would say in nursing also, when my personal experience was when I completed my MPH and PhD from this center, when I went back, I had to face from both the sides. Nursing people used to say, you are PhD in public health. You are not part of the nursing profession, although my basic education was in nursing. On the other hand, in my school, the medical faculty used to say, you are not part of this thing, we can't involve you in our programs of public health because you are not from medicine. So interdisciplinary concept that I think we are hearing about this since morning. Where is that interdisciplinary concept? Public health is not nursing or medical. It is from various disciplines where we have to come together to develop the program, to offer the program, keeping in view the social determinants and other issues at the community level. So concerns are, when we design the curriculum, it's still a medical model of education, or we have to think for the future, what is the need for various categories of the personnel we need in our health system. So these were some of my concerns when we offer the programs, we run the programs, how we face that interdisciplinary concept is still a far vision of some of the people very difficult to convince why it is important. Even when we do research, PhD, and when we sit in the doctoral committees, when the social problems or the health problems are taken up by the researchers in our university especially, they do not understand the basic concepts of the public health and social determinants. They have a fixed ideas. No, this is the only arena we are going to see. So these are some of my concerns. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nirja. The kind of issues that is indicating is also sort of echoing in even harder terms what Matthew was expressing at some level, but going into also the medical hegemony over this kind of a situation in a very straitjacketed university situation, which is open, and it's called the Indira Gandhi Open University because it's an online one and therefore breaks some boundaries, but not these ones. I'd now ask Dr. Rakhal Gaitonde to raise his concerns and talk about them.
Yeah, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
go
thanks.
ahead.
Okay. So first of all, a big congratulations, a very warm greetings to the CSMCH in JNU for completing this extremely important milestone. Thank you very much for inviting me to share my thoughts and my concerns as I reason on the role of a teacher, a faculty in an academic department of public health after about a decade as a practitioner. So what I want to share with you all today comes from this rather new hat of a faculty in a department of public health. Now, I think to me, the driving concerns, of my sort of work, my teaching and my research have been a couple of important ideas that in fact I picked up among others from, Dr. Banerjee and others from this department. Reading Dr. Banerjee's books, he exhorts and he asks us to imagine how we may actually ask systems not to expect people to change to fit their design, but rather to design systems to actually, cater to people's needs and actually, taking on the flexibility to systems. And I think to me, that was really a very important challenge to the way I think about solutions, interventions, and I think about policy. Now, we do know that systems, any systems, including health systems, are not merely a collection of sort of technical interventions and don't work in a vacuum and need to be seen as embedded in a force field of caste, class, gender. And how does that, actually lead to practice, and what are the sort of competencies we as teachers need to build, we as practitioners need to build in the field. And more importantly, it's not just the design of programs, but equally important, the knowledge on which these designs are based. And therefore, I have been reflecting, on all of these components, even as I take on my role as a teacher. From the core field of epidemiology, from the work of Sir Geoffrey Rose, for example, we come to the conclusion that the causes of disease are not the same as the causes of the distribution of disease. And to me, I think this, has been a critical, way in which I differentiate between, necessarily community medicine or an individual, based medicine and public health, which to me really focuses on distribution of risks, distribution of consequences, distribution of vulnerability, and so on. So if public health needs to then actually, build on, epidemiology or biostatistics or various other, aspects of the science, one key question is, how do we make an impact on the causes of distribution of disease? And to me, I think that is a core concern that I would like to share with you all, especially in times, and we know the rapidly changing times as they are, and seeing the way things are going to be developing in the next, say, decade or so. To me, that is a really, important question. A rich literature, especially in social sciences, I think is already available to us when it comes to delineating or mapping the mechanisms of many of these. But to me, the question is, how does one now begin to actually make change and actually make an impact on what we call structural determinants or the societal determinants of health? And to me, as then a teacher, to me, what is constantly in front of me is the question of structural competencies. Now, I know competencies itself is a word that can be, liked and not liked, but I choose to, stick with the term just because it's comfortable, and I'm open to, other terms. But essentially, how do we reflect on the ability to engage with and change these larger structures? And I see at least 3 levels at which we as an institution, we as a faculty need to reflect for the future. One, of course, is how do we equip our students to become change agents, and not just researchers, but produce research, co-produce research that can actually bring about change. I think that is a question that we struggle with. But equally, we need to reflect on our own positions as faculty members in institutions of higher learning with their own limitations. Sometimes we are mere cogs in the wheel. And are we creating or able to create, or what would be our contribution to creating institutional spaces that are just, institutional spaces that are democratic? Equally, I would ask and I reflect on how I, as a teacher, am actually supporting individuals, the students I teach, who themselves are victims of various traumas, various injustices, and are themselves struggling to cope in an extremely precarious situation. So to me, public health as a field needs to not only reflect upon how we can change society, but how we can change the institutions that train public health, and how we can create spaces where the practice of public health at the larger scale, at the societal scale, actually derives from the experience of just and democratic spaces within the university and within the classroom. To me, then, that leaves me with questions that, in a sense, are about how I bring the street into the classroom and how I take the classroom out into the street and break the barriers that many of us see between the classroom and the world. How does one get students to engage with change processes? There is such a tension between completing the necessary credits and the thrill and experience of being part of an andolan or taking part in a struggle, both of which I see are equally important in any public health education. How do we engage with indigenous knowledges? How do we engage with cosmologies? How do we engage with literature? How do we engage with poetry that, in fact, helps us traverse this slippery slope of uncertainty and ambiguity, which is the daily reality of the practice of public health? How do we learn from indigenous struggles? How do we learn from indigenous and local philosophers. For example, D.R. Nagaraja of Karnataka, or for example, Sharmila Rege and her interpretations of feminist intersectionality, just to mention two that come to my mind. How do we learn from the Positive Women's Network? How do we learn from the Silicosis Andolan? Amulya was here with us earlier. How do those practices begin to inform our theories? How do those practices begin to inform our teaching? And I think that really is the challenge, I would like to leave with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rakhal. Thank you for posing questions in a way which I think many of us grapple with, but putting them in a way which is part of thinking about a curriculum and pedagogy and engaging with it within the discipline. The next is Unni Krishnan. I like to note, but before that, I just want to check, do we have Professor PM Kulkarni on the Zoom? And Dr. Sundaraman? These are two for the next channel, so I just want to check.
I have
You are here, Professor Kulkarni. Thank you so much. And Dr. Sundaraman, is he there? Yeah, he's there. Okay, great. Okay, so Dr. Unni Krishnan, can we hear you now?
Yeah. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, you are, Unni. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, and congratulations to the entire team. Let me echo Rakhal's words that it is a big milestone. So thank you also for inviting me to be part of this panel. I would also like to highlight 2 points. One is about the last point that Rakhal mentioned about the alternative understanding of health and well-being. My question is how epistemologically pluralistic institutions are in approaching the healthcare needs of the people. Let me start with an experience with the students of Ayush, who often after completion of their MPH program, many of the Ayush graduates now, those who are not interested in mainstream clinical practice, they move into other disciplines like public health. But after their graduation, they just do not know how to integrate their own discipline of Ayurveda, Siddha, or Unani, and they land in some vaccine programs or immunization programs and so on. So the point that I wanted to make is that we have reached around after Alma, it's close to 50 years, and within India we have been discussing about integration from last 2 decades. But I don't think Rakhal mentioned about democratic systems, but I would stress how pluralistic our public health academics and implementation programs are. Probably there are two reasons for the MPH graduates to move into the mainstream public health or the more attractive programs of multilateral agencies and so on. One is a lack of appropriate training of Ayush elements within the public health programs. Second is the content, strategy, and the values of the biomedical systems, and as Rituji mentioned, of the medical industrial complex in the public health training, without a clear understanding of how other systems or other epistemologies can be integrated in the field. And I'm consciously aware that many of us on this panel have worked for long years on pluralistic ideas of health and so on. But I think this is still a very tricky area. And I see that in HRH training, unless such a thing is brought up. Let me also give you an example. We were part of the Lancet Commission working on the Ayush part on HRH and public health. And so disappointed to see the scarcity of literature that are available on utilization of HRH. It's always sent to some mainstream program they're getting integrated into. And I think, and during the COVID pandemic, we were witness to that, how these systems were repeatedly being contested, want of evidence, marginalized in terms of even implementation programs, etc. So I think and if you look at the implementation programs, it is mainly remaining as parallel health programs. There are no adequate integration case studies or even health seeking studies. After the NHSRC study, there has not been any integration studies. Even in non-communicable disease programs, there were efforts to integrate and so on, but no reports. So there is hardly any data that is available. So that's the first point. But I think the potential that I can mention are that I think it is the AI systems, probably without romanticizing it too much, but can really look at the interconnectedness within and outside. And I think that's an advantage. So there are multiple dimensions of Ayush, and I have been writing about it for some time, that these things, if there is a framework and if there is a system that integrate institutionally this idea of pluralism and alternative epistemologies, it can offer make a huge contribution. So the second point that I wanted to make is that the interconnectedness within and outside that I mentioned, I think that emerges from that point. Today we have the systems perspectives, a lot more understanding of the sustainability challenges in terms and new, probably mostly academic frameworks coming on One Health, planetary health, biodiversity and health. Recently, I was part of a global assessment on forests and health. Then the experience that I get here is that though there is a huge body of knowledge that is emerging, I think much of it is emerging from a risk perception and without having sufficiently perceptive about this interconnectedness within and outside. So even One Health, and there may be other panelists who may be talking about it, but it emerges from a risk perception understanding. But I think by integrating certain holistic approaches, I think this could have a kind of a much more positive direction. But let me, of course, there are multiple interpretations of these concepts, but I feel with this understanding of alternative epistemologies, etc., and incorporating some of these things, it could have, it can have a good benefit to this community. But let me end by making a practical recent experience. As we are discussing this, we have been working a lot with traditional healthcare practitioners, the Gram Vaidyas. But I think with a lot of hegemonic relation between the medical systems, we had to change the terminology to traditional community health providers 10 years back. And with Quality Council of India, we have been doing a lot of program to assess and certify, not as a medical certification, but as a quality certification of these practitioners who are spread out in different states. But as we speak, there are cases put against these traditional community health practitioners, and we have had to rethink about the strategy on how to integrate them. Probably now as maybe Ayush community health workers or something. So I think there is a shrinking space in terms of plurality. There is a very narrowed understanding of this interconnectedness within and outside. And there are practical experiences where a whole lot of work that we've been doing for now 2 to 3 decades, we have to constantly rearticulate. And I don't think any of the MPS graduates who come out of the Ayush streams really are sensitized to this complexity of our health systems and these thoughts. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Unikrishnan, for bringing in this issue of epistemic pluralism and how the challenges of integrative healthcare systems. Dr. Nakiran, I'd like you to come in next.
Thank you, Dr. Ruthpriya. Thank you for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. And I'm very proud to be here, to be part of this family of CSMCH, and happy to be part of this journey that we have been through. I thought I'll speak about 3 points. One, as a person who has worked in 3 or 4 public health schools in the country, and I also sort of be part of rolling out public health programs in a couple of institutions. That is one point. Second, I'll talk about being a social scientist in public health schools. That'll be second point. And third is a common man, about the idea of the word public, how the word public has been eroded over a point of time in recent times. These are the 3 points I thought I will reflect on. So I spent 8 years in many institutions, from JNU, TISS, PHFI, and AUD. So I was part of the team which rolled out public health in PHFI in Gandhinagar Institute, and in Ahmedabad also, sorry, in AUD also recently have started a public health program. So the point I want to make is the kind of tension between public health education and public health practice. I mean, JNU, the kind of experience you've had, what you've been hearing in the morning, I think this is a very privileged experience. I don't think this kind of experience can be available for public health students in other schools and other institutions. So we have more than 44 institutions offering public health in the country. And annually, we have roughly about 1,200 graduates are graduating from public health institutions. And what are their aspirations? What kind of a social class they represent? That is one point. And are we able to match this aspirations of these young graduates with the convictions of public health, with which public health practice has to be practiced? So this tension is one thing I mean, I've been thinking as a person who's starting public health program, I think it's the easiest thing to start a program. But to run it with the conviction, at the same time be happy with students getting a job or not getting a job, those issues are important things which question you everyday basis. So the slightly related point is that, is public health education shaping public health practice, or vice versa? Or is the public health practice with its conviction is able to shape public health education, how it is taking shape? So what gets taught? What kind of jobs they get in? What kind of jobs gets created? So is the public health, say the public health institution which is started has a mandate of public health practice, but also mandate of running this institution successfully, having students enrolling in successfully and going out successfully. So there's a kind of a 2 agenda for these institutions. One is run by commercial education political economy, other one is public health practice. So how do we bridge these 2 sort of antagonistic values? This is one thing I wanted to convey. See, and the same point, I also was looking at the curriculum of many of the public health programs in the country. And surprisingly, none of the program, to my best knowledge, had a full-fledged course on sanitation and water supply. And of course, there's a course in JNU where there's a workers' health, occupational health. There's a one module on sanitary workers' health. Other than that, there is the sanitation, water supply. Although we know it's the most important public health part of public health, is tucked within a small component as a small component within environment health or environment occupational health. So I think this also boils down to that kind of tension we have between health system, healthcare, and public health being defined broadly, which will include broader aspects outside of health system. But I think somewhere it is very, very comfortable, and we get settled in a comfortable zone of health system, within the health system. I think there we talk of it, when we're conscious, we do talk about it, but on a by default mode, I think somehow we get settled within the health system. So this is a sort of additional point I wanted to speak here. And the second point is social sciences. See, I keep checking whether I'm a social science person or a public health person. So in PHFI, I was a social science person in public health. And when I came to AUD, I'm trying to be a public health person among the social scientists. So it's very difficult to do this journey. And I remember in one of the book release ceremony where Dr. Professor Sundari Ravindran's book on equity, edited book on equity was released. Professor Satish Deshpande made a remark which has etched in my mind, is that the concept of health is still opaque. So unlike caste, a concept like gender or caste, which has been unpacked very, very thoroughly, concept of health is still opaque for us. So that made a strong imprint in my mind. So what is the role of a social science in public health? I think there have been times when at least I've been towing a line of social science in service of public health. But after coming to AUD with a thundering flow of social science around me, I thought I've taken a position of social science to reorient public health. That's a thought I am been more comfortable now. Because the kind of space available for social science in public health is very, to my mind, limited. Within a particular 4-credit course, you have to teach social sciences, etc. And most often, theories get truncated and applied in a modular sense. So these are some of the challenges for a social science person in a public health. And yeah. And coming to the third point is about, see, the word public, much like in anthropology, the word culture has got lost its meaning because it's been thoroughly used so heavily that we started using the word such a cliched manner that we don't look deeper into the meanings of health, meanings of culture, the multiple layers of the word culture. Similarly, I think we have lost the meaning of the word public because we have used in a very many manners it is sort of become a cliched thing in our mind. And we said, when I say public, I think we all understand. I think that's a kind of state we have arrived. But currently, I think at least the recent periods, with the advent of excessive availability of technology, I think there is a serious erosion of the word public. And public, I'm not saying public also as a public space, public utility, but public as an emotion, public as a sentiment, public as a way of experiencing life. I mean, a couple of personal anecdotes. A couple of weeks ago, I read a WhatsApp post which says, why don't we plant fruit-bearing trees in public spaces? It looks so inconceivable for us that in a modern Delhi or Bombay, we can't imagine a fruit-bearing tree in a public space. I mean, human society, we have become that the public space is not meant for fruit-bearing trees. I mean, that was not the case, I don't think, in, say, 30 years before, 40 years before. Of course, even today, there are wilder spaces where you can pluck a berry and eat and go. But we have become so the public space has become privatized, commercialized, individualized. We have created competition, we have monitored, restricted, and we also created virtualized meanings of the public. And in fact, it is a new idea of self has been created. We watch movies alone. A friend of mine said, movie watching is not anymore a public experience. It's a deeply personal experience. So we are moving somewhere quite away from the experience, emotion, sentiments of public. And I think the word public and the emotion and sentiment attached to the word public is very, very important for public health. It's not only about fighting neoliberal values, but also how these neoliberal values have percolated and changed we as a self to reflect on the word public and the way we consume, the way we enjoy, experience the public, the meaning of common, meaning of equal, meaning of democratic, meaning of non-commercial. I think those things are important to be unpacked, brought back into surface again, think about, reflect on that. Yeah, these are my thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nakir. I think thank you for making us examine how we understand the public and how it is in operation in our societies today. I think that's a very critical issue which we don't really bring into attention enough. And thanks for highlighting that. The next on our panel is Dr. Prashant N.S. He's Assistant Director at the Institute of Public Health, Bangalore. He wrote earlier that he would be in a situation in a district in Charmaraj Nagar where he may not be able to get on link. So is he there or not there? Can Prashant? Okay, then what I'll do is read the note that he has sent, and so to raise the issue that he has. Over the last 2 decades, we have seen a mushrooming of interest in formal academic public health that is rooted in university/academia, very often in medical colleges. It is wonderful to see so many early career people who are not necessarily trained abroad in one of the colonial schools like myself, nor in the few schools like JNU who have taught public health decades before it was trending, but in new institutions that are discovering their own flavor of public health. While we possibly need more and more degree holders in public health to fill various program, policy, and community spaces and careers, advancing the public in public health requires a lot more public money and public-oriented public health institutions. He seems to be echoing some of what you're saying, but maybe slightly differently. I am referring here to the academization and perhaps even corporatization of public health. Public health is on the way to becoming professionalized and institutionalized within large university/academia spaces and loses its deep connections with people and communities. Unlike the founding of public health within epidemiology and disease control inquiry in European public health, I like to imagine that Indian public health has its origins within community health and civil society's pioneering efforts in stepping up at times and at locations where the state was absent. A lot has changed since those times. Opportunities for public health professionals to embed themselves within community settings are diminishing as the nature and work culture of NGOs is changing rapidly. While public health research largely emanates from urban located, large academic institutions with limited scope for community-based organizations and small NGOs, on the other hand, public health program implementation has largely become an exercise taken up either by the state through contract staff or outsourcing jobs, or else is advanced by large philanthropic interests. The space for public health professionals to dream of setting up partnerships with communities, with CBOs, with social movements, and initiating something from ground up diminishes due to poor incentivization of such opportunities and limited scope within large city-based academic institutions to set up embedded, field-based, community-based work. Take, for example, the case of a large philanthropic grant to an institution of national importance which does basic sciences to set up a school of public health within its campus in a large city. The new age public health schools rarely have any embedding in the diverse social realities of our country, nor do they clarify their own position vis-a-vis the kind of public health they wish to see. When shall the 600-odd districts of the country get to meet the several public health professionals who tend to either join public health programs within the state or find research careers within city-based research organizations? How can we encourage embedding of public health professionals within the interface of community-based organizations, social movements, networks that are located in settings where huge public health challenges remain? Without serious investments by public health departments and schools in creating field stations and learning sites with a long-term vision holding themselves accountable to advancing public health goals for communities of a given area, a huge learning opportunity for students is lost. For me, this is a big challenge that public health education faces in the coming decades. She seems to point to two issues, as I have reading this understood it. One, about the new public health institutions that are coming up, which are catering more to what somebody earlier had called the consultants kind of professionals. And the other is about bottom-up understanding of health and health problems in the country, engaging with the communities in an embedded manner, and thereby learning their need for public health and what needs to be done. So I think we'll take that on board as we go on, since he's not here to expand on this any more than that.
Ritu, sorry for interrupting. Can I go next?
Sorry, I didn't get, who was that?
Anurag.
Sorry?
Anurag.
Anurag, yeah, sure. Yes, please. Go ahead. You are I was just going to call for you. You are on my list next, and then Indranil. Yeah, Anurag, please.
Thank you so much for this invitation. And the center has been a big source of support for people like me who are not exactly doing mainstream work in the early 2000s. I was enriched by the workshops I attended and the opportunity you gave to present our work on TB and nutrition. I just would like to say that I am, again, not formally a public health person in that sense, but although I'm training in epidemiology late in my career. So I find these discussions interesting, but I come from a background where I will quote Virchow here. And politics is nothing but medicine on a grand scale. So I feel that the kind of medicine that is practiced in India does not appear social in nature, but in different hands, we cannot separate medicine from social this thing. So it's a constant challenge to make students understand the social underpinnings of disease and how it affects diagnosis, care, and follow-up. But it is implicit that we are a social science. The second statement by Virchow, which I took to heart, was medical statistics will be a standard of measurement. We will weigh life for life and see where the dead lie thicker among the workers or among the privileged. And here I would say that we have to give people who are going to work for public health in India strong underpinnings in collecting data, in analyzing data, and then reporting data. Unfortunately, for many of the things, we need to do this, and that kind of understanding would be very good. The relationship between undernutrition and TB, for example, many of you may be aware that we published the first cohort study of nutritional status of TB patients in India in 2013 by simply collecting heights and weights at the time of diagnosis and after treatment. And we showed that this was a factor which was increasing mortality up to fourfold, the fact that they were severely undernourished at baseline. But I had to wait for 7 years for going to McGill, getting a degree where I was exposed to the tools of research here and putting it together as a paper. So I think we can, in academic institutions, we have to ensure that they have strong base in the quantitative space also, apart from the qualitative. And so that is one thing which, from my experience, the other interventions that have, I will just highlight in my 20 years was, of course, I was fortunate to be one of the co-founders of Jan Swasth Sahyog in 1999. But relevant to this discussion is that the fact that I went without any, appointment to one of the funding agencies in Bombay, and I was first sort of treated by somebody. I was put in. I entered the office, and then they said that, "Do you have an appointment?" I said no. He was probably somebody trained in public health, but I could understand that he was really not listening to me on the concept note, and I was sent away. The opposite side was another trust in the same, this thing, where the lady probably has not been trained in public health, but she listened to us and she was sensitive. And we got our first grant, and JSS got to start working on the ground. So I feel that this perspective that, Rakhal was saying, other people were saying, that apart from technical knowledge, they have to have social sensitivity and, not be bogged down by processes alone. We have MPH people who have come with long lists of indicators that whether we are measuring up to that, but that's not the sole issue there. I would just like to say here, in the particular problem of TB, and I consider this situation as scandalous, because really, whether in the public health sphere or in the academic, the core medical institutions, we have not really posed this question that why are so many people developing TB every year, and why are so many people dying of it when we have a cure available? And again, unless we mix social science with medical science in this whole inquiry, it will not work. So our extreme experience of undernutrition in Chhattisgarh, led us to, for the first time again with this technical knowledge gained in epidemiology, to calculate the total proportion of TB in India, which was possibly due to undernutrition. And the proportion was 55%. Now, all of you may agree that, yeah, it was an important factor and maybe the most important factor, but having that as a technical paper really helped advance. And 7 years later, actually now in the WHO TB reports, you have undernutrition as the major risk factor for TB globally. So something which was not visible was rendered visible because of some of this work here. Again, more importantly, why is a person with TB dying of TB? About 500,000 people died, estimated 500,000 died last year. And if you take 60 years of the program, there has been a death of 25 to 30 million people. And again, there has not been any good inquiry about what are the reasons behind this. And partly the reasons are the severe undernutrition at the patient level, the neglect of nutritional support, and the health system doesn't even respond to sickness in this patient. There is no severity assessment at baseline. Everybody is given a packet of drugs to consume at home. And now we have done this trial in Jharkhand where, some of these measures, when they're taken, patients are undergoing some routine clinical assessment and referral, the mortality has come down. Each of these lives could have been saved if all of us put together, whether the social scientists or the medical world, would be concentrating on this. I have just some interventions for students here because I feel they are the future. So I think academic institutions like JNU there is an enormous need for knowledge creation, analysis, and action, conceptualized and contextualized to our setting. And whatever we may read from the literature in the West or in our textbooks, actually we know very little about our own problems. I'll give you one example. Again, I've already talked about TB, but in Chhattisgarh, most of the diabetes that we saw were in people who are not obese, not sedentary, and who are not rich. And even in Karnataka, about 60% of our diabetic patients here are non-obese. So the pathways to development of diabetes are not simply all occurring through the sedentary lifestyle or obesity. And clearly the role of early undernutrition, which we recognized at that time, which is coming out now, it is posing a huge risk. So we have very short women having diabetes and heart disease at an early age. So if we do not understand the pathogenesis and the epidemiology of our own conditions, I think it is reflecting in probably not the kind of courses in public health. This thing. I was noting that maybe the center does not have a course on non-communicable diseases, and I would like to see some action there. So on closing, I will just say, I'll make just some provocative statements. Medicine, if I may say, or health sciences is a team sport, and it's particularly important in India that we have a conversation and sharing of experiences and perspectives. And there are a lot of people, in fact, it need not take a visit to Jan Swasthya Sahyog to get acquainted with the reality of clinical medicine in India, but even the hospital in your own town or this thing. And the complex and disturbing reality of the situation here, and when we are saying complex, new things are getting added on. We referred a patient to who was very sick in our trial, and he was returned from the health center because he was not carrying an Aadhaar card. So what a constant struggle here in a hospital in Karnataka is how to fit this patient's illness into the Ayushman scheme. So there are, we have a lot of diabetes, lot of complicated illnesses. In the last 2 weeks, we have had 2 people, young women with no risk factors, developing CA esophagus, which is metastasized, and we don't know why they developed it. Again, so there is a lot of complexity there, which again, people can address. And an exposure to a hospital, I think, is not something optional. It is essential for anybody training in public health. I think, as I've said in one previous presentation, clinical medicine is blind without public health, and public health is blind without clinical medicine is lame. So I think these are complementary things, and there needs to be much more interaction between these faculties than there are. There is also a kind of a presumption that clinical medicine is only bothered about the individual patient, and public health is dealing with a large community at hand. Now, when we make a distinction between the treatment of an individual patient and the large number of patients out there, we get into problematic situations where I will share this, maybe some of you do not know, that when the national program, the kind of program that Dr. Debabar Banji rolled out, it had only INH being given to patients in the 1960s, which was clearly against all tenets of anti-TB therapy, that you are giving a single drug. So you cannot have a trial which has 2 drugs and then roll out a program which has a single drug. And you can imagine what the consequences for the patient and for TB in India was. I would say that lastly, that as a physician, we have not captured the whole dimensions of the experience of illness and suffering in our patients by relying only on quantitative techniques. But a complementary thing is that, again, in public health institutions, there should be, again, both of these techniques taught, quantitative as well as qualitative methods. I feel that in an academic institution, somebody raised the point, are we only going to train and teach people to get degrees? I think there has to be, for both levels of institutions, whether in health or in public health, both academic creation of knowledge and activism, because you have to carry forward this research to translate into some kind of policy. So I think whether overt or covert, we have to be activists. Okay, we may not take very strong positions. You can sugarcoat the message, but you have to be persistent about it. Because your academic authority carries a lot of weightage in the community there. And similarly, I would say academic institutions need to realize that people who are activists or who are working in the community have their own special kind of knowledge which needs to be recognized and respected. And because they are academics in their own sense. So I'll close with this. I was working for some time as a physician in Maldives in an island, and the doctor there who was just MBBS was diagnosing scrub typhus. And I started learning scrub typhus diagnosis from him. And when I came back to India in Uttarakhand in 2012, we detected a major outbreak of scrub typhus in Uttarakhand, which was having a lot of mortality. And if people have followed the story, what we believe to be Japanese encephalitis in Gorakhpur for so many years, a significant part of it is actually scrub typhus. So I was taught scrub typhus by a practitioner there. Again, when we were trying to even organize some conference there on scrub typhus, the funding agency said that this is not a strategic need at the moment, because somebody else had written the strategic planning document. So thank you so much. I think I've gone beyond my time, and thank you again for this opportunity. I'll rejoin after about 20 minutes when I reach home.
Thank you, Anurag. I think showing us at one level the need for linking up clinical experience and the clinical care and public health and epidemiology and the links across these, the need for dialogue across these very certainly. Indranil, can we?
Madam.
Yes.
Madam, I'm Soumitra.
Yeah.
Will it be possible for me to accommodate? I need to travel.
Sure, go. Indranil, can we have him first? Yeah. Soumitra, go ahead.
Yeah, Indro, thank you so much. Okay. So thank you so much, all my teachers and panelists, all the people attending this meeting online as well as in presence. This has been a great pleasure for me, for giving me this. I'm very grateful for giving me this opportunity to present. Okay, so I was listening to all these academic discourse and how clinical as well as social science can come together to contribute to public health issues. I have been practicing public health for about last 15 years, maybe a little more. I completed my PhD from CSMCH in 2004. And after that, I started working with UNICEF in different positions. I worked in different countries like Guyana, Afghanistan, Liberia, Sierra Leone, South Sudan, and lately in Timor, East Timor. I just wanted to give you a small perspective of how public health has been using a social science perspective in responding to different disease outbreaks. I hope it will be relevant and useful for the audience. I am taking the example of Ebola that Liberia and 3 other Central African countries, Western African countries faced in 2014 and 2015. Ebola, ever since it was detected in 1976, it has been coming back again and again in different countries, mostly in Africa. But always that outbreaks were in small scale. It never really went to a very large scale. Only in 2014, when a lady from Guinea, who traveled from Guinea, very southern part of Guinea, and traveled to the slum areas in Liberia, Monrovia, then the outbreak started. She gave the disease to many people in the slum where she landed up, and then that outbreak started. Initially, there was hardly any understanding about that disease, particularly when it was in such a large scale. Case fatality rate used to be 60%. So you can imagine, like if the disease touches somebody, there is a big possibility the person will die eventually. You can imagine that COVID-19 case fatality rate were only 2 to 3%, whereas Ebola case fatality rate used to be 60% in the initial days. Disease etiology and treatment regimen was very tentatively known. Nobody knew what to do with this. There were many challenges. So first of all, when the disease started, many frontline health workers died. There were about 720 health facilities in Liberia. Out of that, I think 182 nurses died who were the first-hand treater of the patients who came in the initial days. So almost all the health facilities were shut down. With this disease, plenty of rumors that started floating around. First of all, there is people started saying there was no Ebola. It was a kind of experiment by US, and that led to a kind of outbreak which they could not control. Another very strong rumor was the government of Liberia wanted to reduce the number of people in the country. So they started this outbreak. All those health facilities were closed, so ETUs were started. So people said that, okay, whenever people go to ETU, they get killed. So ETUs are the, ETU means the Ebola treatment units. These are the area, means the facility where they take the people and kill them. And there was a big rumor that YOLO tablet, like when a patient will have diarrhea, probably they were giving metronidazole, etc. So when the YOLO tablet starts, maybe in next 2 to 3 days, the patient would die because the patients were coming at a very advanced stage, and nothing that our physicians could do at that situation. So the rumor started that YOLO tablet is the killer tablet. So once you take YOLO tablet, you will die. So all these were very, very like strong rumors going around. There was
Soumitra, I'm sorry to interrupt.
I'm
sorry to interrupt, Soumitra, but you know, we are now really getting. I'll have to now be a little stricter with the speakers. So can I just ask you to, you know, voice your concerns more specifically? Yeah,
okay,
please.
Going to the last point. Okay,
no,
so
just complete this
started,
point and yeah.
Yeah, just a couple of minutes, I'll finish. So once the ETU started functioning, people were not coming to the ETU. So there, one big initiative were taken, which I should compare it with 1854 John Snow's initiative of removing the tube oil handle. Here, the patients who were coming to the ETU and who were getting completely disconnected from their families and getting died, and after many days, families would come back, they will find the patients were all died. So then, two of our persons, I am very proud to be saying that those two are the Indians. One is Satyajit Sarkar, another one Kshitish Joshi in Liberia and Sierra Leone. They started the initiative of taking, giving the phones, mobile phone, one to the patient and another to the family, so that the families are in oil contact. And when the patients were getting recovered, they started continuing, and they were communicating very fluently. And as the patients started recovering, it was going out, those messages, and gradually people started getting their confidence on ETU. So I think this is one very important public health initiative that was taken during that time. And that was a very important step. Otherwise, containing outbreak of Ebola were very difficult, as I remember in my Liberia days. So here, just one more point I want to say, that nowadays, with this so many outbreak of new diseases, social science is getting a lot of attention. Apart from all these, what we call strategic pillars, like epidemiology and disease intelligence, case management. At the same time, risk communication and community engagement is also getting a lot of attention, and a lot of importance is given on that. So I think there is a big scope for public health for practitioners in the coming days, as we see more diseases are on the rampage. So I hope we have more opportunities coming with us. I'm not saying that disease should come, but with the situation with global warming and all sort of things, there will have lots of scopes for social scientists, like sociologists, psychologists, nutritionists. Everybody will get a lot of chances. Okay, thank you so much again, Ritupriya madam, for giving me this opportunity. I'm here online.
Lemon tea,
Can I please request all the participants online to please mute themselves, those who are not speaking? Yeah, thank you, Soumitra, for sharing from your practitioner experience the possible application of social sciences as you found it in your disease control program. Indranil? Yeah.
Hello, welcome everyone. This is a great honor for me. This space means a world, and I'm really glad that I'm able to share space here in this very important auspicious moment. I teach at an institution which often looks like a shopping mall. The way we knew universities are, it's very different. And but the other thing is about me is I got trained initially before joining the center in a discipline which every other social scientist love to hate. So economics. When I came here and the coursework, it gave me such a refreshing perspective. I thought, okay, I can do now other social sciences a bit. But I realized the power of that discipline still, and there was an expectation also that I keep drawing from the tools, methods, concepts from that discipline and try to see if I can fit in the concepts of economics into the way we understand public health here. And that's been my journey, full of contradictions. And while this is happening, like Ritupriya ma'am said, this personal journey, the world of health policy has been completely hegemonized by one kind of economics, the neoclassical economics. And the power is so much that, you know, the UHC, the universal health coverage, is almost like the biomedical approach to public health, what UHC is to health policy now. It's unquestionable. And it draws its power from this very idea that it could identify market failure and create a system or propose a policy which can help markets sustain further, and one of the major contradictions of market gets resolved. So when we try to understand that, it means you get deeply engaged with that particular discipline, the neoclassical economics, its logic, its notions, its methods, in order to try to create an alternative, a critical understanding of this. So that's one of the contradictions I face, and I feel that is important. The other contradiction that I face are concepts, ideas which thought is very much ours, those who are not into neoclassical economics. Domains which are very much creating an alternative. For instance, a domain like political economy and political economy of health, which we associate with certain kinds of understanding of the society, is being taken over by the logic, the concepts, the practices of neoclassical economy. Even political economy of health is today dominated by ideas of rational choice, ideas of new institutional economics. So in such contested domain, to bring back some of the ideas of heterodox economics, Marxist economics, neo-Marxist thoughts, and feminist thought remains a very fascinating, interesting journey. But I would emphasize there, probably understanding their logic becomes a very critical point. Other two more points very quickly. One point about methods and methodologies. I think the need to create methodological binaries of qualitative research and quantitative research, and as we all know, were artificial. And there is an overwhelming expectation from the students and researchers to answer to world's question through quantitative methods. And in that milieu, when there is an increasing pressure to learn and talk only in that language, when you have to bring in, when you try to bring in mixed methods in understanding world and social phenomenon, it becomes very important that we understand the logic of and practices of both quantitative and qualitative methods to be able to put those in practice and create alternatives. So I'm saying there is no escape from that. The other point, the third important point I would like to make is about research spaces. When in a situation where every other research space is being dominated by a certain kind of institutions, we don't need to name that institution. It's everywhere in WHO funding, in many other so-called erstwhile spaces where we felt safe, the same institution and its ethos, its logic, its interests dominate. What do we do? And in a situation where state is increasingly becoming, it has its eyes are getting stronger and its ears are lost. State do not have ear, by the way. Have you all checked? Look, when you find around, you try to see if you can find its ears, you will not get one. So what do? There are few research spaces which are sacrosanct, which are dear to us. We need to probably put all our efforts to keep those spaces intact, and it's a matter of continuous struggle and battle that we have to fight it together, and that's where probably the center and all of us need to come together and explore. The last point I would make, there is in the academic teaching space, there is, as we all know, there is this when we were taught, we could really make out the distinctions between intrinsic values of education and instrumental aspects of education. By the time I started teaching, the instrumental values have started dominating the discourse of education. What do? We can't give away the instrumental part, but then how do we retain the more intrinsic values? Because one of the things, if we don't re-establish the space for intrinsic ideas, we thought as students, then speaking truth to power, about power, should be orgasmic to us. It should be an intrinsic part of our learning. That is getting lost. No one is being trained to speak truth to power, and we need to, I think, bring that space back. And I think the research space has to open up to activists, to practitioners, to also all students and everyone. We have to, there are very few spaces. There is no, I can't complete with a very, I can't end with a very positive frame here or any positive statement, but probably there is very few other places like this, and we need to probably put our best to keep the idea of CSMCH stronger. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Indranil. I think in very brief, you've put out several issues. CK George? George, are you there? Yes. George, you'll have to unmute yourself. And 5 minutes at the upper, if a little less, better.
Good afternoon. I'm greatly honored to be at this 50th anniversary milestone of our department. I thank you, Dr. Rithu, for inviting me. I still remember 24 years back when I had come for the interview for this NCH course. We were supposed to have a write-up on a project that we wanted to do. And so the day before the interview, I was trying to write something, and then I realized that I was 28 years of age at that time. I knew I wanted to do public health, but I had absolutely no clue what I really wanted to do. So anyway, I think I wrote something down. In the interview, I was very convinced I would not get admission. And on the way back, I had a chat with the faculty who said, are you sure you want to move from a medical background to public health background? Many people who come from that background have had difficulties in adjusting to what this department, what this center is actually doing. Now I had done my bit of research before I came, so I was pretty sure that if I got admitted, I'm going to continue here. And thankfully, I did get admitted, and I think that that was one of the best decisions in my professional career. But I must also confess, after 20 odd years, I still am not quite sure how I contribute to public health. So I currently work at the Global Fund, which is a multilateral global health institution, which is focused on financing for HIV, TB, malaria programs, some health system strengthening, and now post-COVID pandemic preparedness. Now, obviously, the big question that comes and the big challenge which I always have is, we'll say, okay, you work on global health. What do you mean by global health? And how does it relate to public health? Now, there are some who think that global health is just another rhetoric. We can't blame people for that. If you look at the terminologies, jargons, and acronyms that are largely produced by global health actors, even people in that space can't keep up with it. So, yes, I mean, it is quite, many people do consider it as a rhetoric. Others consider it as public health done elsewhere. So if I am an Indian citizen, I work in Geneva with countries in Africa, then I'm supposed to be doing global health. Now there are others who think of global health as a sub-discipline of public health, essentially trying to find solutions to more transnational issues, but also trying to leverage global resources to support universal healthcare ambitions of countries. Now, universal healthcare in that sense is definitely an upgrade from the previous very disease-focused Millennium Development Goals, but it's still a walk back from a concept of health for all that was advocated probably 50 years back. Now in this space, I mean, in global health institutions and global health, irrespective of how you define it, they have potential value, particularly in terms of mobilizing resources, providing resources to countries which need them most. In terms of market shaping, I mean, and a treatment of antiretroviral drugs for a year used to cost about $20,000. Now it is under $100 a year. So So those kind of advantages are there. But at the same time, there are also a lot of challenges. Now, when you even start talking about transnational issues, a lot of those issues are related to trade, it's related to foreign policy, it is related to issues like intellectual property. But these are seen as more politically sensitive issues, and then the global health institutions do not focus much on it. I mean, we pay lip service to it, but it's not at all our focus, though it has significant impacts, particularly in low and middle income countries. Now, on the other hand, in its very wide conceptualization of global health, the stakeholders include local communities, national governments, academic organizations, and of course, different global health actors. Now, while the conceptualization is good, and the fact is that a lot of the global health initiatives are well-intentioned, and massive consultations do happen when it is setting certain agendas and priorities, priorities for global health. But unfortunately, what happens is that national governments themselves may not be articulating actual priorities of the countries if their systems and processes of setting national agendas itself is not inclusive. Secondly, the civil society that is represented in many of these discourses do not necessarily reflect grassroots concerns at all. And many times they are professional, large professional organizations who derive influence, power, and resources from being part of these initiatives. And academic organizations, as a lot of us have experienced, have a lot of influence, are to a large extent influenced by the type of funding that is available. So at the end of the day, the decisions to make the knowledge, the background information to make those decisions regarding global health and its practice are also influenced by the current structure and systems within countries and at the global level. So it is not surprising that a lot of these initiatives are very technology driven. So the focus is then on data and cost effectiveness without appropriate contextualization to local priorities. And I think this is from the perspective of what knowledge and what skills need to be developed. I mean, I think the issues, the global actors have changed a little bit. Technology has changed a bit. But the core issues that remained that were at the time when I studied public health at the center remain the same. The ideologies that shape these also remain the same. So, and with my brief my experience previously in India at the Institute of Health Systems, where we did try to start a Masters in Public Health program. We did an initial pilot program, and some of these, the major issues we faced was that at that particular time, local, all these southern states actually, all the health programs were part of, were moved into health-specific universities. You had the NTR University of Health Systems in Health Sciences in Hyderabad, and all the southern and many other states also have. So it's very difficult even to have a conversation of starting a Masters in Public Health program, which with a set of people who are essentially medical doctors. I mean, the questions they ask is, this is going to be open for all. So which disciplines? How does history contribute? I mean, but the very even communicating that interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary nature of public health is sometimes quite difficult. And then, of course,
George, can I request you to wind up, please, your point? Yeah.
Okay. I mean, just to summarize, I think despite massive changes and changes in priorities, the issues for public health remain quite similar to what it was 25 years ago.
Thank you, George, for sharing those perspectives, especially coming from your vantage point of the last 20 years, where you've been in Geneva at the GFATM, and then seeing it in this frame, there itself, what we see here, and you're echoing that, that sort of validates the kind of analysis and understanding we've been building. Thank you very much for that. Ramila Bishna, and then Rajiv, is he now online?
I'm online all along, ma'am, since the morning.
Thank you. Because when I asked earlier, there was probably a gap. So yeah, glad you're there. So after Ramila.
If I stand in front of it, you won't see me and I won't see you. I'll put it like this and speak. Yeah. Okay. I have been fortunate enough to be in what Matthew and Nakiran mentioned as privileged institutions, both TISS and JNU for last 30 years, where social sciences and public health have had very fruitful exchanges. They've been enmeshed into each other. But I still, as a health social scientist who's been teaching social sciences in health so many years, identify some key challenges that are facing the relationship of public health and social science. And I think we need to address them if we want social sciences to make greater transformative contribution to public health. And in the interest of time, I will just read out my note. I'm basically talking of 2 points. Firstly, the interdisciplinary challenges facing the development of social sciences in the interdisciplinary discipline of public health. The idea of interdisciplinarity in public health was mooted from the outset by centers like CSMCH. Disciplinary silos were slowly broken down, new interdisciplinary research teams were created, and the value of interdisciplinarity was institutionalized. At the same time, however, there remained limits to incorporation of social science theory and perspective and methodologies within public health. Most importantly, our social inquiries have remained largely at the descriptive level and have failed to draw upon adequately from relevant social theory to advance more illuminating analytical accounts and to build foundational scholarship within public health. In this context, public health academics and social scientists must move beyond measurements, descriptions, and analysis of health inequalities, just as an example, to develop critical paradigms and frameworks to contextualize and contribute to a fuller analysis of public health problems. Basically what Matthew talked about, micro, meso, macro connect, and that's very, very important. Eclectic ad hoc use of concepts without engaging in historical conceptual social analysis do not further this crucial academic exercise. We expect our students to develop academic understanding using in particular social science tools of critical analysis and critical reflections. These processes are talked about in our academic discourse, but their theoretical methodological operations are not explicitly discussed. Therefore, the disciplines need to adopt a more systematic approach to the introduction and integration of social science theory and conceptual apparatus necessary to apprehend critical health problems of the day. There's also need to unsettle knowledge relations that position social science primarily as a conceptual resource or as a source of critical language for using in evaluating the public health systems and its activities without deeper engagements. Rather, we need to mobilize the specificity of social science theory and methodology to build a social science knowledge base related to policies, structures, and processes within public health systems and its relationships to society. It is these kinds of contributions that will be true to critical social science understanding and scholarship. The second issue, and not unrelated to the disciplinary one, is the matter of status of health social scientists in public health in the country. In my experience, health social scientists overall are marginalized within the public health profession. They have not been given adequate representation in public health teaching, in public health delivery institutions, in expert groups and committees, in policy-making bodies and governance. Even the public health associations either do not provide membership to health social scientists, but if they do, they fall short in assigning them leadership positions. This marginalization of health social scientists also translates into minimal power to influence knowledge production within academic and practice domains. To conclude, the overall situation in my observation seems to have somewhat of a dampening effect on providing a nurturant environment for healthy growth of social sciences in public health and the training of competent health social scientists who will serve to enrich the interdisciplinarity of public health. Moreover, in the recent spate of neoliberal higher education reforms, which include the discontinuation of the MPhil program at universities, this holds further negative implications for public health, social science, knowledge generation, and teaching. Talking of our case, the MPhil program in social sciences and health accorded the much needed space and setting for the development of health social science perspective and knowledge base in a country where such provisions and opportunities are so few. This policy decision is indeed going to be a tremendous setback to health social sciences if it stays unrevoked, and I'm afraid it will stay unrevoked. Notwithstanding the barriers, we need to think what new structures and strategies are needed. For example, the new models of teaching, education, and research to ensure that social scientists stay in the field, are encouraged to contribute more, and are accorded a more inclusive and an equal status in public health fraternity. I also firmly believe that we can do all this without compromising the interdisciplinary thrust of public health. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramila, for pointing out the tensions that remain even while, all through the morning we've been talking about interdisciplinarity, and the center has, as many people from outside also pointed out, developed a level of interdisciplinarity, and yet the tensions remain and need to be examined and introspected on. Rajiv, as the last speaker.
Hello, ma'am.
In this panel, yeah.
I will stick to about 3 minutes max, given that we are already running late, and also that I'm a tail ender after some very scintillating, hard-hitting performances from the previous panelists. Maybe I'll try and wind up some of the discussion that's been going on, and therefore I'm speaking completely without a script. Coincidentally, of these 50 years of CSMCH, I realized looking back that I have also been working in the field of public health for the last 3 decades, the first decade in 2 very different kinds of institutions, giants in their own right. So the first decade I was with the epidemiology division in the Municipal Corporation of Delhi, starting with the cholera 0139, which at that time was thought to be the beginnings of the 8th pandemic. Of course, pandemic was not a household word as now. In fact, it went on to become my PhD thesis under the supervision of Professor Kadir and Professor Ritupriya. And my tenure in MCD ended with SARS, which was coincidentally the first pandemic of this millennium. Last almost 20 years I've been in JNU, but very closely engaged with the practice of public health, also both at national level as well as in engagement with some of the states. The point I'm making is, what's the kind of space that social science actually has in the practice of public health? Real life epidemiology is actually extremely messy. And despite all the, if I may, a little provocatively, the glamour and pretenses of global health, the programs that are sort of dropped down upon the world by the global health leadership are often built brick by brick when you actually apply these in local conditions. It's equally true of the polio eradication campaign. It's equally true of, as we go along now, in measles, rubella. It's equally true of TB that Anurag was talking about, and it's equally true of malaria, the two other elimination programs in operation now. And it's really in this, so either in terms of responding to outbreaks or pandemics such as COVID or Ebola, as Soumitra was talking of, or when you actually are faced with very specific endpoints, such as an eradication elimination program, that you realize how little we actually know in terms of the local epidemiologies that programs need to confront and negotiate. And therefore, the point I'm making is that all of these programs, in their final analysis, irrespective of what documents they come along, I mean, that they're born with in some senses, are actually built brick by brick. And it is, and I believe this is the point Soumitra was making, is that it is really when you build it brick by brick that you actually have the opportunity of putting in the social science brick, if I may slightly oversimplifying it, putting it there. And it's not so difficult also. The problem is, or the deficiency rather, is that public health curriculum, by and large, most public health curricula does not enrich or sort of empower the public health professionals with enough social science knowledge and concepts to put in when you actually have the opportunity of putting in these bricks. And that, to me, to in a sense summarize a lot of what's been said by extremely experienced and very capable professionals, both as teachers, researchers, and practitioners that this panel included. That I think is something we need to really work on, public health curricula across the country, and the deficits that many of this my social scientist co-panelists spoke of are absolutely true. But the public health, but the framing of the public health curriculum and the building of the public health cadre, which again has been a huge struggle, are actually the means to bring in this social science imagination. To connect back to Soumitra, I don't know if he's still there online. When he actually landed in Liberia, he would call me every few days asking, what do we do here? And that's the helplessness you actually face when faced with a new outbreak or a new epidemic. And you really have to build it brick by brick. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajiv, for that realism at one level. And at another, the fact that it leaves us with the point of more social sciences and the tensions of which Ramila has pointed out, and many of the others have pointed out. So that's certainly one thing that is staring us in the face. And I think many of the people here in this room and in the panel are the ones who will have to be struggling with that and working on that in the years to come. Now we have the discussants panel, but we need to also have, I mean, if people have been listening to everybody, do we take a break, have our tea, and then come back? Yeah, I think that's what we will now do. But again, I would ask that we have our tea as quickly as possible and come back in maybe 15 minutes. Yeah, so for those online, you'll have to again give us the indulgence of 15-minute break. You also take a break and come back after 15 minutes. The same link will work. So you can just leave it on and come back. Thank you. Thank you very much to the entire panel. I think we had a range of issues coming across, and it'll be interesting once we hear the discussants and then further discussion on that. Thank you. Can I please ask everyone to get back and sit down? Those who are inside, please sit down. Those who are outside, please come in. Meanwhile, can I ask the next panel, those who are here in person, to come up on the podium? Dr. Prakasamma, Dr. Anand Krishnan, Dr. V. Sujata. And then we have Dr. P.M. Kulkarni and Dr. Sundaraman online. Amitabh, can I please request you to go out once and announce that we are beginning, so anybody who wants to come in, please do. So now that we've heard the concerns of several of the public health professionals, both academics and practitioners, in the last session, we've requested this discussants panel to crystallize for us the kind of issues they saw and heard, and also if any future markers or anything else they would like to highlight for us, which should take the discipline forward. Shall we begin with Dr. Prakasamma? Yeah.
Okay, this makes me taller than I am. And this is an issue I raise all the time. All the podiums and the boards in the bathrooms are made for the gentlemen. And it becomes very difficult sometimes. But am I audible? Because it's a post-tea session, I thought we need 1 minute at least of people coming in. Or shall I start, Ritu? Just shall I? Yeah? Yeah. So we'll begin. And since I've been asked to take out issues from the panelists, 12 or 13 panelists that we had, and it was difficult for me. I tried to keep track and write notes. Then I gave up. And so I'll raise only the major issues that came to my mind, and I'll spend only 1 or 2 minutes on that. I think the major things that came up can be crystallized into identities and tensions, and subject and technique. These are the things that I identified. The identities and tensions come out of and lead into the tensions in the subject and the technique of public health. I think it's an ontological problem. It's the words we use, the vocabulary that we use, the sentences that we write, and the titles we give to the subjects that we are dealing with. And let me just give an example of the JNU CSMCH program itself. The fact that it's called social medicine and community health itself is a tension. And I, as a guide for future, since you asked me to say that, and I'm bold enough to take that opportunity, I would say, why don't you remove this medicine part and the public part or community part and just leave health part in it? Otherwise, we have this polarized problem where we have social sciences on one side and medicine on the other side, and somewhere in between we have social medicine and public health and epidemiology coming in, and how much of each one to put into making a public health discipline, we are still struggling after 50 years of CSMCH. So I think that's one thing you need really a small core group discussion leading to national discussions of what goes into public health. Or should it even be called public health? Because one of the speakers raised this issue of public in public health, and what I think it was Prashant. So what do we call it, public health? Or do we call it simply health? Isn't health for the people? Or should we say health is not just for people, it's also for birds and animals because they affect us too? Okay, so I think these are things that we really need to clarify because of the subject. I think Arima raised this of the subject and technique. And this is where the tension of epidemiology comes in, because in medicine, epidemiology is highly quantitative. Clinical medicine is highly quantitative and clinical, and therefore it's easy to have the two as a joint sort of a discipline, one leading into the other, one borrowing and leaning on the other. And where does social science come in here? And what is social science? I sometimes have a difficulty with social science. Is sociology, anthropology, economics, history, or why not arts? And one of the speakers in the morning raised this. Why not arts? Why not the liberal sciences? Are they not also part of people? Why not logic and ethics? Because that is so much part of public health too. Public health decisions, public health policies, and implementation too. So not just economics, history, sociology, anthropology, not these main social sciences, but also others. So I have internally these tensions. When I joined CSMCH in 1982, I also had this tension. Fortunately, I was brought up in my first 4 years of education in a college where holistic learning was given the highest priority. I had as subjects psychology, sociology, nutrition. I had history and culture and civilization. These were all part of my learning. I had English. I had arts. Because all these were part of my learning, for me it was easy to embed my patient into this holistic subject that that community is. So I don't know, I think we are still searching for that, but I will not go into details of that. You also gave me little opportunity, Ritu, to say what I feel as directions for the future. And I think what we are grappling with, and public health is grappling with this, what is the identity, what is the relevance of public health to communities, to people? And I see this developing predictors of change. And I'll take only examples where I'm very familiar with. Over the last 30 years, or 3 decades, we have seen a civilizational shift in birthing practices. Within 30 years, in these 30 years, the dye disappeared from the childbirth practice model totally. November, December, January, I went around 5 states in India, interior villages, searching for a dai who's still practicing and who's still practicing the ancient system of childbirthing. I found only one, and she's doing it very clandestine, very hidden, very scared. So if this civilizational shift has happened, isn't it part of the public health system, public health discipline, to somehow have some key surveillance system to note, is this the change, the shift that's going to happen in the next 50 years? What is the shift we are going to see in birthing practices? Not just, this is only an example, but even indigenous system of medicine for pains, colds, for all minor ailments, home was the place of treatment. But now no one even knows those herbs and little things that everybody used to use in the homes. So this is a basic, a very major civilizational shift in health practices. And I feel somehow public health has to design some predictors of change in health and health practices. It's not difficult. If there are knowledge and systems available, they can be used to do this. For example, the ASHA introduction, it has led to a major shift, and it will lead to further shifts. And how can we do that? Then second point is about how do we address and respond or react to. I know the public health system is good at doing these, and many studies are done, but for example, persistent levels of anemia among women, among children, adolescents, even men. These persistent levels of anemia, despite using the IFA countrywide, and the malnutrition among children, despite the ICDS, what is wrong? And how do we take up this and showcase it, not just a programmatic failure, but a conceptual and maybe an ideological failure? How do we show that? My third point is future predictors. For example, what will be the kind of rehabilitation centers, geriatric centers, health facilities, healthcare organizations and healthcare personnel that will be needed and will develop over time? Last 50 years, we've seen the growth of new healthcare providers and disciplines, sub-disciplines. So how do we look at that? How do we, this is a favorite theme of mine, but nobody is willing to take it on. I've been trying to develop a village health index or a community health index. 2,000, 3,000 people, whether it's an urban community or a rural community, How do we say this community is 80% healthy or 20% healthy? And what will go into this? Which social determinant will go into this? What food production indicator will be as part of the village health index? What food consumption, what shops, for example, complementary feeding and early child feeding, what will go into this to make it into a village health index? So this mapping and shaping of health, guiding health policies is, I think, what I would see that center and other public health institutions do. Someone has raised, I think it was Imrana, who spoke about if we take the problem approach, it is the problem. It is not that science or this science. It is the problem, and around that problem, there are various sciences, various frameworks and theories which could be used. And then it is not a tension between how much of social science and how much of epidemiology or medical science and how many of the different experts, but it is the problem which is important. But I will go beyond the problem. I would say the people, I would say health. Because why do you want to wait till the problem comes? With all this government thing of Ayushman Bharat and wellness centers, real wellness was there earlier. Health promotion itself was part of wellness. Primary health care, the first level of prevention was health promotion. And if that is the case, then we should start at that. And then, of course, go to problems, because problem solution is also a major thing. Okay, so this is it. I don't think I have any more to say. Otherwise, Ritu will come and tell me time is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prakasma. Thank you for utilizing some of those issues and sharing what you think are priority areas for us to take forward. I'm sure many will think about the suggestions that you've given. Dr. Anand Krishnan?
Thank you for inviting me for this excellent discussion. I'm very happy that I was invited. I'm very happy to contribute. When my previous speaker said that after putting this, I look taller than what I am, I thought she is going in a very different direction, because it appears that I am more wiser than what I am. So I thought she was going to go next to that sort of a thing, because I'm not sure that I'm that wise. Frankly, I come from purely medical background. I don't have that kind of theoretical background that most of you have. If somebody uses the word epistemic, I'll have to think, acha, iska kya matlab hota hai? So something like that. But I come from AIIMS, Delhi, and I have been, as many of you might have written, I am very much passionate about this aspect. So the tensions. See, I want to start a school of public health, AIIMS, New Delhi. Hopefully it will happen in near future. But everybody above me in the department opposed it. Everybody said we don't need a school of public health. Above me, people below me decided to keep quiet. Why get into fight between seniors? Right? So, but fortunately, with the help of my friends outside the department and the previous director, I have managed to push it through. Hopefully it will. So, because they said, why do we need to teach other people other than MBBS? There's no need for us to teach. That's our job. Let us do it and be happy. The other issue is the whole issue of family medicine. Now everybody, I'm supposed to be in the fraternity of community medicine. I'm supposed to be sort of a guru or whatever you want to call it. Everybody asks me, sir, kya hoga hamare discipline ka? So they ask, sir, family medicine arab hamara kya hoga? I ask them, what do you expect family medicine people to do? They are likely to be in government, at least in a CHC or a district hospital, doing the management of patient. Do anyone of you do this? They said no. I said, why are you afraid of? They are not taking your jobs. Why are you afraid of somebody else doing something when they are not affecting your livelihood at all? But anyhow, leaving that aside, I have 3 points to make which I had thought before I came here, and some reactions to what people said. First is obviously I have been saying that clearly that it's a very medicalized model of public health we are having, and we need to socialize this. There is no question about it. And the way out is to have more schools of public health, which provides more interdisciplinary approach to teaching. So I don't think there can be any discussion on that, even from medical people like me. The second is, and I believe that all challenges are opportunities in disguise. So let us look at this as an opportunities. What is the current scenario of health and in the future? the whole commercial and political, social determinants of health is going to be our major challenge in next couple of years, maybe even decades. Are we preparing our postgraduates or MPH to, how do we address this as public health practitioners? Obviously, the answer would be activism. Do we teach our students to be activists? I can assure you, I don't teach my students to be activists. That's not, I'm a part of medical school. In medical school, nobody teaches you to be an activist, right? So I don't teach them to be activists. I teach them to be an academics. Though if they look at me and feel that they are motivated, they might go into some sort of activism, but per se, and I actually don't even know how to teach activism. So I cannot even teach. If I want to teach, I don't know how to teach it. I will have to maybe come spend some year in JNU and then go back, and then maybe I will do a better job. Okay, so, but I don't know whether even in MPH, there is obviously a culture there, but do we have a course on activism? Do we have a module on activism? Do we need something like that? I don't know. Somebody was putting on the chat on AMR. There was last week I was in Kolkata on an Indian Public Health Association. Rajiv was sharing that session. So there was a session on AMR. They said, the WHO was the sponsor. They said, we want you to speak on AMR. I said, I don't work on AMR. He said, that's why no public health person works in AMR. So we want you to do something so that after hearing from you, they will also do something. So I said what we can do, but obviously, so our future challenges are, apart from socio-political, are going to be AMR, climate change, environmental issues. We really don't train people to deal these kind of, they are very complex issues. You have to have that kind of understanding, which requires definitely an interdisciplinary. We don't teach those things to, and if people like me are dealing with it, we have learned whatever we have learned by doing rather than by actually being taught. The third issue is all of MPH courses. We know we have a lot of MPH courses. I have serious concerns about the quality of MPH courses being done in India. They are, as somebody said, they are just consultants, because they are very, and if they teach them epidemiology well also, I've interviewed so many MPH students, they don't even know epidemiology. Forget anything else. If they are not even teaching epidemiology as a part of MPH, I am seriously worried what they actually are being taught. So it is too broad. It does not give you an immersive experience. I think we need, in public health, a much more immersive experience in our training, which is not happening, both in the health system and in the community. So that was my comments that I made before I came. Now reacting to what is being said, was said here. I think we all discussed about the identity crisis. While I was sitting there and somebody said, I think Ritupriya herself started with this identity crisis. Whether we are medicine or whether we are social. So immediately thought, only people with identity crisis like this are the transgender people. I am a male or I am a female, right? So maybe we can learn something from how they dealt with their identity crisis and see how we deal within our own identity crisis, whether we are social subjects or experts, or we are medical experts. But I think we'll have to address this issue of identity crisis. This has been plaguing us for a long, long time, about maybe decades. But it's time that we put this to rest, and I'm happy to have this discussion more. But I think we might look at it from some other angle of identity crisis, rather than as a medicine versus social fight, tension. So that was my first point. Second point is to ultimately, what is public health? Public health is shifting a group of people from, let's say, ill health or one level of health to a different level of health. In its most basic structure, that is what we do in public health. We shift a group of people from one part of this thing to another part, which is supposedly but healthier. So the question to ask us is that, do clinical people help in that? The answer would be no, because they deal with individuals. They don't really, if say they took too small a piece at a time to shift that, right? So they are not really contributing. Even if they are contributing, that's a minimal contribution. So that leaves us with three broad areas. Health system, obviously health is, as a system, it deals with lots of people. We talked about the two other sciences, epidemiology, statistics, and social sciences. Living health system for this time, I was just thinking when somebody said about population, epidemiologists talk of population, social scientists talk of communities, right? That's the way, so the words that we use and the terms that we use, and they mean different things. It's not just semantics issues here. For example, in epidemiology, we say population distribution. I don't think social scientists are interested in population distribution, right? They are more interested in how community perceives themselves, what they perceive as health. So as somebody said, epidemiology is obviously more quantitative, where this is much more qualitative. We also discussed about universal health coverage versus health for all. There are two different concepts that don't necessarily mean anything. Is it a question of inequities, which is what epidemiology measures, or is it a question of power, which is what more social sciences are interested in? So they all are interested in the same thing, but taking off from Indranil, probably epidemiology is the eye, whereas the social sciences is the ear. And as he rightly said, the ear is not doing that well. It is the eye that is doing much better. And we need to increase the ear of. The third is, I will end with that, is the whole issue of, with Dr. Nakiran raised on water supply and sanitation. Is it part of community medicine? Is it part of public health? Let me tell you, in AIMS, in any park textbook, if you know, there used to be chapters of, at least in my time, used to be chapters on environmental sanitation, where it used to say how latrines were made, on Horrocks apparatus and oxygen demand, and those things were there. But even when I joined MD in AIMS, they were not being taught. In AIMS, we don't teach them that. We don't teach them how to identify a larvae of a mosquito. Is entomology part of public health? Should we, a public health person, know, can differentiate the larvae of mosquito, or can he differentiate Anopheles mosquito from other mosquito? We decided, I'm not saying right or wrong, that it is not necessary. That raises the, for a community medicine man to know. That raises this question when we saw of drawing fences. What is this core and what we can borrow? We don't have to know, as we already said, public health has everything. Do we need to know everything? Does a public person need to know what is the slope of a water seal toilet, or how to differentiate between an Anopheles and a Culex mosquito? I would, my answer, maybe I'm schooled in that thought, is that no. There are some things that you will have to learn to borrow from others. We don't have to necessarily train. In that process, as I said earlier, we are making our discipline so broad that we are not teaching them any specific skills. We just give them everything, throw them everything at them, and we hope that something will stick. I think that approach to public health education has to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Krishnan, for sharing some thoughts that you've already been having on these issues since you are located in that setting and in the process of setting up a school of public health. Certainly lots of thoughts there, and we'll probably continue some discussions on that. Dr. Sujata, we have you now. You can see me, or I move like this?
Okay, hello, good evening. I'm a sociologist. I teach in JNU social systems. And I'm here partly as someone viewing the interaction, the churning, internal criticism, introspection of social medicine and public health. Also as someone, as a sociologist of health, as well as someone who has shared the journey or have close connections with CSMCH, both intellectually and at a personal level. So let me congratulate the center for its, at this momentous time for completing 50 years. It's a great moment. And before, I just want to begin by saying a little bit how, as a sociologist of medicine, what did the kind of discussions in this center and its publication do appear to people from outside who is doing sociology of medicine. In my doctoral dissertation, when I was planning to look at health practices, I only had development literature, which was modernization centered, in which we got the impression that public Indians are ignorant masses. They are steeped in superstition. They are poor. They don't know anything. They know this. I mean, virtually the whole idea was there is one vacuum. These people have no knowledge. They are ignorant masses, always falling sick. They don't know this. They don't know that. And then the development discourse said, you have to go and train them, bring them this, take them. To an extent, some anthropology was also like that. So when I, as a research scholar, encountered discussions on health policy coming from this center, getting published in EPW, Professor Ritupriya, and Professor Banerjee's work, for the first time when we are trying to see what the cultural resistance theory being presented from there, saying in these Indian Southeast Asians are having cultural practices, they resist modern practices, they are backward looking, etc. Then you have Professor Banerjee's work. He is arguing that for TB centers, you don't need to culturally sensitize them and all. You set up, there's no treatment center. You set it up, people will go because there is a demand for curative care of allopathy. It's not that they are not going there, not because they can't stand allopathy. All allopathic hospitals are full. It is due to other factors. So the work on social epidemiology, Professor Kadir, this kind of work highlighted the fact, though epidemiology to you might seem a day-to-day affair, things like drawing attention to factors like occupational diseases that are very specific, Kala-Azar, etc. It makes, for sociologists in this part of the world who is looking for a literature to ground and say, look at social determinants of disease and look at the role of medicine, etc., it was a very important window, an opening or an entry point. And I have recorded all this in my book on sociology of health and medicine, new perspectives. Wherever I presented the Marxist perspective, Leslie Doyle and Vincent Navarro and all, and then I have to turn back to the perspectives in this part of the earth, I had chosen the writings of people from CSMCH. And not the work only by, the work on privatization of healthcare by Professor Amma Baru was also was part of that writing, because one can talk about the emergence of private healthcare and the connection of regional capital and caste to the emergence of corporate hospitals like Apollo. So, so from my point of view, from the outside, as a person trying to establish the field of sociology, establish oneself in this field in an independent way, not just take literature present, what Margaret Stacey has written or William Cockerham has written. If one should create a discipline and concerns from this part of the world, then you need to ground yourself in this kind of writing. So there I see the significance of this center and the writings of all colleagues till today. That said, I just have 3 points to highlight to respond to the discussion that just went on what one might look for in the center and its kind of engagements in the discipline of public health. Namely, that there was a lot of discussion on what is public and what is health and all that. One thing that philosophy of medicine tells us is that within the biomedical approach to the body, there is no positive notion of health. Part of this conflict arises. Biomedicine has a theory, it's a minimal definition of health, that health is the absence of disease. So how do you measure health status? To infant mortality, maternal mortality, and so on. It does, because it developed from pathological anatomy, etc., and so on. It may have a notion of the norm, that is, you have normal BP, you have normal blood sugar, etc., which are physiological parameters. But what is a positive definition of this is health is not found. That's what Gadamer and all philosophers say. And the WHO definition of health is derived from the Sushruta Samhita, is the understanding. So given this situation, that public health then has to look at preventive aspects, social aspects of disease, and so on. And therefore, within that, then the range of preoccupation will be limited. So health is a much broader concept. It requires also a positive notion, and maybe the thinking can be directed in that side as to how such a concept could be developed based on latest developments. That's one. Other is the chasm which one detects in the kind of writings in public health is there's a very rich body of literature on what you call social determinants. There's also very rich body of literature in science and technology studies, philosophy of medicine. Beautiful studies are there. And I'm sure there's a lot of awareness about it. But for that to translate into an informed policy statement, there is a chasm. So academic discipline of public health and social medicine, there is a very broad awareness, deep insights are available. But for it to transfer or enter policy statements, there is a very big chasm. Second chasm is between, once it enters policy, okay, some good ideas and policies are there. From policy to intervention, there is a very big chasm. Now, these issues have to, those chasms are of interest to a sociologist because they cannot be brushed aside as incidental. Why is there a gap? Who are the classes who are entering there? What are the structures of power and authority within bureaucracy? Why a discipline gets defined in one way and what gets excluded? You have authority structures on the one hand within bureaucracies, but you also have power structures which run invisible. Power is not legitimate authority. So you have lobbies, you have others coming in and so on. These are the, and of course, there are issues of humanism in the health bureaucracy and so on. In the West, they are trying to address that by introducing a field called medical humanities. They are teaching literature on suffering, etc. And that's a distinct field called medical humanities that's coming in health. So those issues, the chasm is produced by structural problems, authority within bureaucracy, etc. And the gaps, information gaps, etc., which could be addressed in, that could be something that the public discipline of public health can, maybe there's a lot of writing, but it could be more self-consciously addressed is what one would think. So, the last thing is that apart from these chasms, there are events which unfold due to the immediate contingency of the situation. Like in the time of COVID, see, until COVID, there was a lot of debate about introducing other systems of medicine in the treatment of infectious diseases. But the COVID, whether due to the emergency situation created by COVID, and my fieldwork shows that district collectors and other officers on the ground were really at a fix how to deal with this outbreak. So they immediately pressed into service various kinds of practitioners, etc., to use home remedies, whatever it is they can do to, at least as a preventive or a prophylactic. So in that sense, due to the contingent situation of the pandemic, a new pathway has opened, slightly greater pluralism at some level at the ground has opened. It has given some experience and has led to certain clinical trials on other systems of medicine and their relevance for infectious diseases. So as a sociologist of health and medicine, I would look at these events, though however minor, and their impact on, at the ground level. What is it changing? Now, an administrative officer with a changed perception, in the next event, after dengue, they tried this for COVID. Now they will, there's some opening created. It may not be massive or visible, but sometimes less visible and, things happening on the ground can create some possibilities. So with these observations, I would still think that public health or social medicine, whatever the label is, offers an important buffer between the biological reductionism of medicine and the excessive sociologism of the social sciences. Because everything is socially constructed is a very famous statement in our quarters. So much so that it sounds as reductionist as biological reductionism. But the whole puzzle is that repeatedly being thrown up by health challenges and new diseases and pandemics is that how exactly they interact at the level of the individual body and at the level of the body politic, the larger body, I think will continue to preoccupy, and I do see a very big potential and a very big ground for public health in mediating these extremities. Thank you.
Thank you, Sujata. At the end, you actually offered us an identity. So, which is what we've been in angst about all this while. So thanks. And also for your sharing as a sociologist, how you saw the various contributions and so on. I'll now move to requesting Professor Kulkarni, as a well-known biostatistics and demographer, to give his views.
Thank you, Ritupriya. Thank you for the invitation. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead. Yes, you are.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm really an outsider, but I think CSMCH doesn't consider anyone as an outsider. So it's very inclusive center, and therefore I have been participating in their activities. Now, I would like to touch upon only one major issue that was raised by several of the panelists just before we start, before the tea break. And that is the issue of interdisciplinarity. Because this is, of course, something which obviously comes in social medicine, community health. Because is it something like the social sciences and public health, the combination, two disciplines coming together? And it comes very clearly when we talk of epidemiology. Because epidemic is a stochastic process. It requires certain kind of analysis. It becomes quantitative, sometimes excessively quantitative, one would say. And then it requires often specialists. So we have some specialists, the biostatisticians, and so on, who do this work. And what happens because of that in the process? We have seen about 3 years ago, I think almost exactly 3 years ago, you can say, with the outbreak of the COVID, that suddenly lot of terms like R naught, herd immunity, contact rates, etc., started coming into the media. People started talking about these things. These have been there for long in epidemiology, but now they came into public as much as what inflation, GDP, or poverty line, etc. comes in. So this became part of public discussion. And things didn't stop at that. Then we started getting forecasts of when there will be a peak, what will be the peak, how many people would be affected a peak, will there be changes, the first peak, second peak, third peak, and so on. This kind of changes, will there be there? So this is kind of thing that started coming. And these came out of mathematical models, essentially statistical or mathematical models. And who was doing this? A large number of those who were doing this were statisticians, economists, demographers, many of whom really had not worked in the area of health, but they knew how to do mathematical modeling. And using these models, we were getting a lot of these forecasts every other day. In fact, many times at least one a week, sometimes one forecast every day. These were released in the media. People started discussing about it. What would happen? When will the peak come? In July, August, September? What will be the peak? 60, 70% will be covered. Will there be herd immunity? A lot of the things which were released in the media had kind of a note sometimes, not peer review or under review. So basically, this is something that people have to see, but the footnotes, not many people read. And therefore, this was something that became matter of public discussion. Now, one sober person, professor from the Indian Statistical Institute, wrote when these things started coming that these are all models, based on models. A model has parameters. And unless you know the value of the parameter, one cannot use the model for forecasting. Unless you know the value of R naught, you cannot use it for forecasting. If you do that, what happens now actually is this becomes like classroom exercises. For a course in epidemiology, you can tell students, okay, you do this, then you see what will be the peak. You do this, then you say when will be the herd immunity, and so on. And not really much more than that. And that is because This kind of modeling was going on. Many people were doing this modeling. It was thought that people require certain kind of quantitative background to do this, which is true. You need to have at least some mathematical knowledge, some not very great mathematics, really, but some knowledge of mathematical modeling, little bit of algebra and so on, and that kind of thing. Now, this is what creates problems, that you have some things, you have a discipline like community health and so on, and then you have people who are specialists in something, and if they are not integrated with the discipline, then you get all kinds of results, all kinds of things. So what is really required is not what we broadly call interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and so on. We really need integration in a way that a scientist can understand medicine, health, as well as epidemiology, including the quantitative part of epidemiology, including what is the process, or including if you what is the stochastic process. This is something that is required. And frankly, that's not very difficult now. We have come a long way. I'm sure people who have studied medicine or other or broadly aspects of health, many are quite capable of understanding the quantitative aspects, quite capable of using these models, and producing results which would really be useful, meaningful, rather than simply having a number of model results and so on. Let me also say that to a great extent, this kind of thing has been achieved by economists. They have almost absorbed the quantitative part within the field of economics. So it is no longer considered that an economic analysis requires a statistician or someone else, because an economist herself or himself has also become a statistician in the way. And this is something that people in public health, the practitioners in public health, probably would be able to do. I'm pretty sure the competence is there. There is no need for scientists, medical or other scientists, to be allergic to quantitative methods, quantitative models. They are quite capable of understanding. It may require little additional work, but ultimately what we require are results which are meaningful rather than some kind of exercises and so on. And this is, I think, at this stage when sciences have developed, one should be able to integrate these sciences rather than simply going for multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary work. Thank you. Stop it.
Thank you, Professor Kulkarni. Pinpointed one of the challenges that we did see during the pandemic, and certainly raises issues again about the discipline and the coming in of other disciplinary based, not only individuals, but also departments in areas where public health has developed much beyond the kind of quantitative work than the modeling that they could do. Dr. Sundaraman, as the last in this panel now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead,
Okay.
Dr. Sundaraman.
Thank you. It's been a long day. I'll try to keep it short. Firstly, a lot of congratulations is due. This is your 50th year, and these are days where surviving is itself a cause for celebration. Surviving as you have survived is a cause for celebration. But though the discipline has transformed immensely over these years, another reason for celebration is you still remain one of the few places, perhaps the only place, which tries to actually have a very Indian developing nation work for the analysis of public health. A lot of the public health institutions that have come on recent time have come consciously with the understanding of bringing learnings from American public health associations and European public health associations into the Indian framework, and have really not worked on developing indigenous framework of analysis. So even the politics of dissent, even the politics of decolonization gets led from the Western university with a priority setting and a framework which tends to be largely a framework that comes from a old framework. So I think this itself is a cause for celebration. I think I must also congratulate you for having put together such a brilliant panel, and you gave everybody 5 to 7 minutes, and most people seem to have stuck to it. So I was not sure, looking at the panel, you'll ever close today with everyone but behind time, but definitely you have closed on that. I think that what I heard in the different speakers, and Ritu had repeatedly sort of warned me that I needed to respond to people rather than put my own spin on things. So I think what I heard was that there are certain tensions in the discipline as it emerges that people are grappling with. One, as Nakiran pointed out in one way, when he talked about practice versus the problems of public health practice versus public health education. A lot of people referred to it. Rakhal called it quite more metaphorically the point of letting the street into the classroom and the classroom into the street. I think there was also, Indranil pointed it out as the instrumental aspects of education, which is another part, that another way of looking at practice versus education, is the instrumental goals versus the intrinsic goals of that. And this is one major area where I think most people engage, and I thought it was an important area that we have listened to. There is no easy resolution. They're only problematic, their nature over time and over ideological frameworks, but we just work on it to reconcile it. The other major hearing that we had was about this whole dialogue between the academic and the activist. It's interesting. Ananthakrishnan talked about course on activism. I wish you don't do it, then you'll have somebody who's a great activist failing to get the necessary marks on activism. But I do see the whole issue is a much greater issue over there as to people talk of making them change agents, being able to intervene. Somewhere I find this dichotomy more false. It's not as if activists is a full-time work. Academics are activists in themselves, and activists are need to be academic in orientation when they face a problem and come up with solutions on that. So I wouldn't place these as outside or completely non-overlapping, but yes, there are disciplines to it, and there is a learning involved, even in activism. I thought this is intervention, I think. The third part that I really found interesting across the is the issue of interdisciplinarity versus the depth of the discipline. And if one concern was the relationship between social medicine and biomedicine, as it is called, tends to, Ramila strongly presented the marginalization of the social sciences. But it was also interesting to look at Anurag's presentation on the underplaying or the undermining of the importance of clinical medicine. Somewhere in this dialogue, my little bit of two thoughts on this would be, don't assume that every sociologist is your friend, or that every clinical medicine person knows or understands the discipline of clinical medicine with the sufficient flexibility or the sufficient depth to be able to solve. You know, in the government, if they think that if we put a doctor as the IAS Secretary of Health, or the politician tends to be, the health minister tends to be somebody with a medical qualification, he somehow understands the whole thing. Actually, I found many of them to be a problem, because they think they understand, but they actually don't know the necessity of understanding not only the social science aspect, which sometimes they're okay with, but the medical aspect also. So I think that we need to understand that you have many people who practice sociology and many people who do clinical medicine. We are looking at a certain interrelationship between them. But there is also another point that Indranil pointed out, I think most powerfully, was the challenge of questioning the prevailing framework within the discipline. He was talking about health economics, where you have really no health economics except the neoclassical health economics. There's really nothing that has come out of heterodox political economy. People, there is a great book by Tudor Hart on the political economy of healthcare. But the prevailing doctrine, if you accept health economy and all its things, you would accept it as a science, and then at some point you recognize much later down the course that it is sort of embedded in it is a politics that requires to be questioned. But since we have kept outside it, since the question has been outside, should we look at health economics or sociology? Should we look at hard science or soft science? You're not able to question, one is ill-equipped to question the flaws within the development of the discipline, within the pure discipline. So you have this problem, for example, in public management, where the main paradigm is new public health management, where everything has to be worked on a set of incentives, and you don't know how to look at it as global public goods. Or you have the problem in digitization of health, where you have a dominant health informatics that looks at the technology in a particular way, and you really have not developed health informatics that can actually look against the dominant paradigms on it. So there is a challenge that lies within the discipline itself. It's not only the challenge of interdisciplinarity, because the dominant frameworks developing as they are from the Western university and developing as they are in engagement with the pro-corporate element of the West. There is a progressive content in it. You can't, I'm not dismissing the Western university's contribution to public health. I'm not being xenophobic about it. But eventually it means that we are not able to really look at it. And finally, the fourth contradiction that everyone touches on is the contradiction between, or tension between, the tension between the global and the local. So I thought this was an extremely interesting point, and I'm not the person to actually make any quick solution to it. Let me only re-emphasize it for the center and for all those interested in the health of people to work away on some of these things. The first point I would like to make in conclusion is that the policy discourse is very important. There is a way of talking about policy that legitimizes the worst of privatizations and anti-people policies. So the whole of health economics is not an innocent exercise in academics that's gone wrong. It's got a power relationship, leads to a particular thing. And unless we can challenge that discipline within its canons also, not only from outside, not the question of how it interacts, but within the logic, like Kulkarni was pointing out, the whole of this modeling business. Look at the way they keep changing the TB, the tuberculosis guidelines. From when do they suddenly discover anything? Look at just the 20 years, the sea changes that have been in the technical guidelines. I've engaged with people at all levels, global WHO, national WHO, national leaders. Really nobody knows why they change these things. It's all based on modeling exercises that have shown that if you do this, these outcomes occur. The resistance that you develop is of X quantity, but that is more than the benefit that you get, that is of Y quantity. Assumptions made across countries. Look at the whole global burden of disease estimates. Does that even remain a science? Is it replicable? Can anybody else get those figures anywhere in the country? How dependent have we become when you're worried about epidemiology and disease? But there is an insistence from many authorities. We use the IGME data on global burden of disease. There is an insistence. You can't even have a choice on that. Now, how does that shape your entire health planning on that? So in some sense, the whole of the mortality of Bangladesh be based upon estimates 30, 70-year mortality on the mortality figures from Philippines, for example. There's a bizarre world occurring out there that we have yet to engage with. So I think sometimes just because it is something that is out of canon, our failure to engage will mean that these there is a policy discourse that legitimizes the worst of anti-people movements. And even in intervention, we need to engage with it. It's not only the agitational intervention, it is also the negotiation. Although I would say the need to push reforms without falling into the trap of reformism. I think we need to actually be able to work on nuts and bolts, to be able to engage with problem solving. And one good thing about the JNU program, so few of the people actually travel abroad and are lost to the big consultancies, and now you have consultancy. You have the McKinsey, Boston Consulting Group sort of consultancies, and you have now the Access Path sort of consultancies. But these are two different types of work on that. Whereas relatively, we are talking relatively because they do pay the better salaries and the better terms and the better profile. But you do have a lot of people working in public health systems who are JNU trained, who are trained by this center, who do good work and who have been influenced by the perspectives over here. But this problem solving has to be something that we intervene, because there is a theoretical basis over there that is also required. So I think these are things that people have said. I'm just saying that they are urgent necessities, that both the need to engage in the policy process and engage in interventions to measure ourselves by what people do to bring change is also important. I mean, it's a difficult task. I'm not saying, but I think that the fact that you have been doing this, I mean, after all, Dee Banerjee starts with his interventions in the making of tuberculosis policy for the country. I mean, that's the place at which you think. And this active engagement, policy making process, and the problem solving process, and interventions in this needs to continue even as you build the theoretical framework will give alternate solutions to the crisis we are facing in healthcare today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sundaraman. That was very comprehensively put together, all the points. So leaves a lot of the summarizing that needed to be done. Thank you. This brings us to the close of this very long afternoon of the panel with so many speakers. I'll just talk of 3 points quickly, that the messages that I picked up from all that everybody has said is very broad dimensions. The identity of public health as a discipline and the issues that, therefore, what are the boundaries that it sets and what is the content of it. The inherent tension in the subject matter of public health itself, where it moves from the clinical to epidemiology to the social dimensions to policy and programs and implementation. And all of this has to be looked at together and put together in a theoretical frame as well as a frame which policymakers, practitioners, providers of care find accessible. There seems to be there a point where each of the slots within this are still within their own language and frames. And probably we need much more dialogue to get across these silos at one level. At another, that tension is bound to remain because the subject matter is so large. And therefore, for example, even the name of the center, to me at some level, seems a resolution of that tension by trying to say social medicine, which is a socialization of biomedicine and giving it social dimensions, and a structure created from an institutional structure being created for bringing medicine into diverse social contexts. At the same time, community health becomes much more of the bottom-up exercise that one is talking about, beginning from the community and health as the core, and then builds up to the need for healthcare, where then the social medicine caters to that kind of a process. So how do we bridge across these two seems to be part of where the resolution of interdisciplinarity may come. if we really see public health as something which is bound to have these inherent tensions because of its subject matter, then one way of it is really continuous dialogue, continuous introspection, continuous working across these silos. And so I see today's exercise really in two ways. One, as this process of at the point of 50 years, introspecting on our own interdisciplinary journey and where it stands today, both its strengths and its limitations, pointing out some of the tensions that many of us are facing, and thereby provides us pointers of where we need to think and move forward. Two, that this has probably provided us with an opportunity to create a platform where many of the people who are here today and many outside who've joined online, and I'm sure many others who've not been able to join us today, to create forums where we discuss these kind of issues. This is an issue which doesn't, we are all we heard so many experiencing similar kinds of things, and yet we're not collectively talking about them. Can we as a center and the others who are all here create fora for discussion on these kind of things and an ongoing dialogue, since a subject matter like this needs a constant revising and continuing creation and co-creation and recreation. And therefore, can we think about those kind of fora? I think today, with our alumnus, with the people, the friends from other institutions who were here today and many more, like I said, there is a great possibility, and that's the opportunity I see, where alumnus, faculty, and other institutions who are interested in similar issues could try and get together and work forward for the future of the discipline. Thank you. While today's announced proceedings, formal proceedings are over, we have two requests. One, that we have a group photo outside. Two, that after the photo, anybody interested, the alumnus and students and faculty and guests are invited to come back. We'd like sharing by the alumnus of their experiences and so on, who've not been able to speak through this. Many of them are happy to share now, and so we could come back and continue sharing for anybody who wants to. And 7:30 we'd have dinner. Okay. It's okay if the lighting and all can work? Okay, fine. So you want it on the podium, you want people down there?
Can open their videos so
Okay.
online participants.
Okay. So the request is, can all those who are online, please switch on your videos so that we can see everybody's face and take a photograph with all of us then standing before it. So do we have everybody come? Please, everybody come forward. An announcement for anybody, any members here who are keeping iftar. The food is available for them at 6:45 in the cafeteria.
technical team, how you think would cover everybody in the photograph? Technical team.
Yeah, we are figuring it out, Harshit. Just give us a sec.
All of you kindly face this side.
हाँ चालू है सर.
Please faces this side so that we are taking shots. Those who are online, you are requested to switch on your videos so that we can capture you in the pictures. Yes, thank you.
स्क्रीनशॉट ले रहे क्या?
Thank you to everyone who've been online. We can see Amul, Dr. Meera Shiva, thank you very much for being there. Sukanya Mohanty, Mohit, I can't see the last. Shupriya, Meeta, Shalini, Manpreet.
Ma'am, there are several questions in chats also.
Okay. Okay, there's several sheets outside kept on our desk for alumni to put down their thoughts and memories, reflections, anything at all. Please do that before you leave. They're just outside the hall. Can I request all those who are planning to stay to sit down? Then we know who's not staying, and then we can ask them to move out. All those planning to stay for the sharing, please sit down. Are you planning to station? Please sit down. Sunita, Sunita. Dr. Anand Krishna is just leaving him. See him off. Dr. Anand Krishna. Yeah, बीच में खड़े. Just ask them to copy them and put them into somebody's computer, so we can then see them later. All the messages in the chat we are copying down so that we can look at them carefully later. Unless if there is something that you specifically want to discuss right now, then this hour will be your opportunity.
Yeah, ma'am. Ritu ma'am, can I just tell the important takeaways that I...
Yeah, so okay, we are starting the sharing. Sukanya online is sharing. Those who are here, please sit down. May I please request everyone who's staying to please sit down so we can then start. Am I audible in the hall? I don't seem to be. Yes. Yeah, we will, but thoda to yaar, respect of the person who's speaking.
Ritu ma'am, I would like to go next.
Okay, ma, sure. Sukanya, please.
Yeah, so it was delightful. Heartening to see all my professors speaking and all the panelists, the experts speaking. It was a great kind of reflective session actually, wherein you look through different questions and coming from the different panelists, it was like really also questioning within. The two main takeaways that I found today very a thing to actually harp on and ponder and think through. These would be real challenges also. Is one is the creating institutional democratic spaces. That is very important, and in these changing times, and especially for public health also, wherein you have different disciplines, people with different disciplinary trainings coming in. So this democratic space in the institution, that is very crucial. And the second takeaway that I found is, and this will keep coming on, is that intrinsic value and the instrumental value of education. So that remains a challenge. And if you teach even now CSMCH to the students, so for what purpose? And they're in the activism, academics, all these things will come up together, and there will be like there will be a real kind of, you have to navigate through these kind of demands of education. So these will be the two larger takeaways. Even if like public health discipline, if you look at it, where do you put it? So you need a democratic space. And even if you look at as a discipline, the questions of education, what fundamentally, which kind of students we are going to prepare.
Thank you, Sukanya.
Thank
Ima,
you.
You wanted to, yeah. Ima, please go ahead. You wanted to speak.
Okay. So it was an immense pleasure to attend this day. It's wonderful listening to all of you. It was like memories back to the college, being the university, meeting all the professors. So I come from a social work discipline. Like I had as a child, I grew up as a first generation learner, wanted to be a doctor, but there was not much of guidance. So, but I was very keen to understand people's suffering and how to reduce the suffering. So today I listen to a lot of social scientists, medical professionals, but I feel like, the whole gift of education that we all acquire, how we can improve the quality of life. So that was a window open for me when I went into JNU. So actually, 2002, December was a turning point in life, I should say, when the peak winter as a human being I'm experiencing in Delhi. So I literally thought like I'm going to freeze and I'm going to die. Yeah, because my friends, almost 3-4 people in Ganga hostel were over me to just, to stop the shivering. But next day when I saw the newspaper, I literally saw a lot of people died on the streets. That really helped me to question. At that point of time, I was just going through 6 months of course in CSMCH, understanding Raku's story, access to quality of life, healthcare, mortality, morbidity, all these were a different approach to understand health. So then my question was, who are these people died on the streets? Homeless communities. And that was a question itself converted for my MPhil research. For me, understanding people living at margins who are coming in urban poverty were the people living in slums. But later I understood there were a lot of invisible poor who are living in the communities, in the city spaces, who are pushed out of the rural spaces, and how their life struggles going on. So later I started looking deeper into the children who are living on the streets, children living in the poverty. For almost 5 to 6 years, that was my journey. And with all the challenges, yes, I had to move on from JNU in the third year of my PhD and looked at, I'm not a clinical person to give medicines. So this interdisciplinary profession, what we can do. So that was the question always, like a student from a psychology background, from a social work discipline, and getting into social medicine and public health. And that is where I figured that to start early interventions with children in the school space. And went to a village. My companion was also, my life partner was also in JNU. He was from English background. And we both decided where these children, early marriage of girls are happening in that village, or dropout of education. So how access to quality education or strengthening the life skills can be a key determinant, because I got introduced to the concept of social determinants of health. So where these social determinants of health, where we can start the early interventions. So we stayed in the village with an action research methodology. We designed, we understood the community issues and designed a curriculum where we engage the community people to start an early intervention program. So I felt that from a student of social work discipline and getting to study the social medicine and public health, definitely change the approach. What are the early intervention or preventive approach tools we can design? So we saw the change over working with almost 8 years in the village. The early marriage of the girl children stopped. The children who come from the lower caste communities were able to move out of the village and start. Now I could say that, there are first engineers, doctors, so many people are there in that village. Access to quality education as a very, very key determinant factor. And also in engaging the communities in the decision making. So the parents were very, very important people in terms of understanding why educate children. And also, though the systems and institutions are there, like now we are working through online and offline mode with children in Bihar, the adolescent girls in Bihar, Uttar Pradesh. So through technology also we can reach out to them, helping them to cross a certain, with the quality education perspective for critical thinking, having right access to information to make decisions. All these life skills are very, very essential. I feel these are the very important social determinants of health in the course of last 15 years of my experience to break the cycle of poverty, to improve the quality of life. So my suggestions for our department is engaging in interdisciplinary approach. Also, we can also try out a lot of action research models where we can replicate small micro ideas and how we can really see the curative approaches like clinical perspective. We have broken all that and looking health from a holistic perspective in our department, but creating a lot of models and replicating those models and sharing those models. That is one of my humble suggestion I would give. Engage in action research models, because we do 5 years research, right? So create a lot of those models Thank you for this opportunity. So I'm happy if there are any collaborators, anybody wants to explore health from a different perspective, from a life skills for the children and working along with the teachers community. We started with 140 children of farmers community, and we have impacted more than 3.5 lakh children now across 5 to 6 states now. So we really want to look forward for collaborations. Thank you so much for creating this. Once again, congratulations to my alma mater and my department and all my loving teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Thank you for the suggestion of action research. We would engage and take on board your suggestion of engaging with action research. Anyone else would like to say something? I'll request Dr. Meera Shiva to say a few words.
First of all, let me congrats all of you. The center.
I'm Prachin here. Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
And all who chose to come to the center to study, because they must have had other choices and they made this choice. So should congratulate them also. And looking back many decades ago, because most of you are young, but there was a time when there was coercive population control policies. And I remember Dr. D. Banerjee and the center, speaking up when it's considered anti-national, anti-development to say something which is, opposite of what the state wants to push. So my respect for the center has been because of many stands taken. One was that, and especially related to tuberculosis. Dr. Banerjee used to say that the TB program will sink or sail with the rest of the health program. So everything in the health system and the personnel and all that goes downhill, you cannot have a good, successful TB program. And I just wanted to mention two small things: that involvement with the issue of medicines, the irrational hazardous drugs in the market, and the non-availability of essential drugs. That engagement because of engagement with tuberculosis for me. So since the big pharma is calling the shots, pharmaceuticals are calling the shot. So one of my suggestions would be for the center in the future, that conflict of interest in policy making, where many consultants from big, the fronts of many big corporations are sitting and giving advice, that work needs to be done to basically for people to know that today's public health is becoming, give this and give that. It's not with an understanding of what are the determinants that go into, improving health. So if giving vaccine and giving medicine and giving this becomes equal to public health, then it is problematic. So one is, public health, what it is becoming in reality, for market-friendly solutions, as you all understand. So thank you very much. My concerns is about the pharmaceuticals, intellectual property rights, the TRIPS plus agendas, free trade agreements, many things that are happening. So stay well, all of you, and may you never have to go to any doctors ever.
Thank you, Meera. Thank you for those kind words and reminding us of our past, of our center's position on family planning and contribution to TB. And we would definitely take your suggestion of engaging with conflict of research, conflict of interest, especially in the context of vaccines, drugs, and many important pertinent issues that you raised. Thank you for that. Any other alumni would want to say something? Those who are online, I think there are just 5 of you are left. I'm sure those who are here in the auditorium, if you also have something to say. Yes, Habib is here. Can somebody give a mic to Habib?
Hello.
Yes, Abhi, we can.
Good evening to everybody, and lot of respect to my beloved teachers and alumni of this center. I'm completing almost 21 years of completing my PhD, MPhil and PhD from the Center of Social Medicine and Community Health. Immediately after completing my PhD in 2002 August, I moved to Mumbai and I got a job in Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Child and Youth Research. Thereafter, we are looking where we'll observe. After a lot of work, 2 years of rigorous MPhil course here in JNU, it was very difficult for us to maintain the grade. If at least we should not get B+, will not be promoted to the PhD program. So we worked very hard during our MPhil study. Even out of 24 hours, we used to study 18, even 20 hours during the semester, writing term papers, etc. So the thing is that after getting lot of efforts, we got a degree, PhD degree in social medicine, what you call public health or whatever. But where are the job markets? Many of us, 1 year senior to me or one junior batch to me, many of us wondering hither and thither, where are the jobs for social medicine, doctorate in social medicine? So in Mumbai, we are trying here and there, but hardly we got any space in the area of public health. That time there was only one center in Tata Institute of Social Sciences, where some of our alumni had got the position. Thereafter, I think in all over India, there were no such kind of public health institution or any discipline, any department. So we had a really very tough time. When in 2006, perhaps, Public Health Foundation of India was established. And we heard that in all over India, there are 7 institutions, IIPH, Indian Institute of Public Health, are going to establish through PFHI, Public Health Foundation of that as a mother organization. We became very happy. Of course, we are going to get the job in public health, and such a huge institutions are coming in 7 states of India. But however, later on, we came to know these institutions are not government institutions. These institutions are under the public-private partnership, almost private institutions. And there, we have no space to get a job in such kind of elite institution, private institutions. Though some of our alumni, senior alumni, I know one who got the job and he joined Gandhinagar IIPH. So what we do, I work also in some NGOs, Sehat Mumbai for few months, and thereafter job with Justice, Labor, Society for Labor Development in Delhi, that is an office of job with Justice of USA. And then I worked in CSDS in a big project on South Asian Dialogue for Ecological Democracy. Again, I got a job in my parent discipline, that is psychology. I have to move my parent discipline, the psychology. After Tata Institute in Pune, I got a job of lecturer in SNDT University. And thereafter, I got a job of reader in Cuttack, Rabinsa University in hardcore psychology department. And thereafter, I moved to Patna, A.N. Sinha Institute of Social Studies, where there is a center for division of social psychology, which I am the only one faculty, I am the heading the department. What we learn about this Center of Social Medicine, 7 years of our study, that is a very broad knowledge interdisciplinary approach of social science research. And social science understanding, catching the issue, catching the problem in the society, whether it is health, whether it is education, whether it is environment, or whether any area, even economics. And in my institute, that N. Sinha Institute is dominated by economists. Almost for last many years, the director used to be from economics background. And the division of economics is also the largest division. So I had always confrontation with the economist. What economists can do about the public health? What they know about? They play with the data and figures. For them, an individual is a unit. So this confrontation on the basis of what knowledge we learn from here, this Center of Social Medicine. So we are now able, I myself, I'm sharing my experience that in N. Sinha Institute, now we have liberty to do interdisciplinary research. So I have 6 PhD doctoral students, 5 of them have submitted their thesis, and some of them has got awarded, and 1 postdoctoral student is also working under me. So I guide them under the interdisciplinary perspective research, catching the issue, catching the problem, issue-based, problem-based research. So this is okay, but it is very difficult to make the understand to those examiners of thesis, those who are hardcore psychology background, they do not know interdisciplinary. So it is very difficult for them to convince that this is an interdisciplinary center that is social psychology. We are do not belonging to hardcore psychology, experimental design and a reductionist or positivistic approach. But they hardly understand. So that is the problem we are facing. Now that discipline, the public health discipline, the definition and the scope of public health discipline. What could be the definition of the public health and what could be the scope of public health as a discipline? So here I have lot of, since afternoon sessions and since beginning. But as per me, the people's health should be in the center. The people's health should be in the center. That will be the focus point. And around that, whatever you want, you create. I mean that there is a need. Interdisciplinary this is not just as a fashion. There is a need of interdisciplinary research or interdisciplinary subject. There is a need of multidisciplinary subject and multidisciplinary research. So, for the people's health, people's mean, particularly we denote those who are poor, marginalized, lower section of the society, rural or urban slum. So how we can improve the health of those people, what is their need and what is to be done, and for that purpose, which other disciplines we require to include under public health. So that we should think over and that we should focus and discuss further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Habib. Thank you for your experience. Anyone else would like to share?
Prachi,
Francis?
online.
Yes. Who is online? Faja?
Very few.
Yes.
Yeah, Ziauddin.
So there is a Francis here.
Can be one online, one on the floor. That's
fair
easier.
enough.
Yeah, so that they don't get bored also.
Yes, sir. Yes, who is online who wants to speak? Faja? You want to
Yeah.
speak? Yes, please.
Yeah.
Zia.
Thanks, Prachi. Yeah, I'm more known as Zia. So
Yeah.
this is Ziauddin from the back of 2000 MPhil program. I just wanted to share 2 concerns quickly, just in 2 minutes. One, that I'm happy after hearing the whole debate, whole discussion, an entire day
expression of all interdisciplinarity on public health, that it is not me who is in the midst of fighting within the subject about public health, what is health and public health, which we began in our MPhil coursework. And I recall how we used to debate this with Professor Ghanshyam Shah, when he was teaching urban health in the classroom. So that remains till date, and I think that is a perennial process, I think, in the social sciences. More because when I have started teaching sociology of health and illness, I recall my discussion with one of my friends, perhaps he would be there, Matthew. We used to discuss a lot on illness perception, things, and sitting in Brahmaputra, quite late in the night, and then things would not end up talking because perhaps that is the scope we could discuss in terms of doing methodology, doing field. And the only the trouble anyone would have when you join social medicine and going back to your own subject, people like me coming back to sociology, we have to fight a lot within our own discipline about, because the way you are trained within the center there takes a lot of time to adjust with your own discipline itself, though that is your master's degree. And one classic example is that when I shifted from social medicine to Delhi School of Economics for my PhD in sociology, everybody would say, Zia, you come out from public health. This is sociology, right? In Delhi School of Economics. And this is what the challenge for any student, any researcher, and lifelong you face. But then equally, it is also an opportunity for me. And that has been opportunity because some of my PhD students who are working, they have a lot of liberty in doing field and choosing, the field area, shifting between sociology and public health. You have a huge domain of sociology of health and illness, and that is the beauty of the center in JNU, because uh, our batchmates who were doing MPhil in sociology in CSSS will not be much happier doing sociology of health than what we were doing in public health in social medicine. No, so such broader interdisciplinarity in doing these courses are very important. Definitely, we have missed out and we really don't find public in the public health or public in the public health policies. What initially we would hear from Imran Aman in the classroom, we hardly have public health, and then pandemic has also not been able to show much hope for us to do in public health policies, because there's a much more decline of the role of social science researcher, except contributing in the subject domain body of knowledge. We are not being visible in the policy making process, and that is the concern perhaps all the mentors had from the beginning. So I thank Prachi.
Thank you, Zia. Thank you, Jia. I think the confusion that everybody is pointing out of what is public health, and at some level, I like this confusion. Having clarity sometimes is dangerous. Uh,
Yeah,
having
thank
some
you.
having this confusion and having this contestation in your mind about what to do is a sign of thinking mind, and our objectives are at a level which have a long way to go, and for that we have many things to do, and we want to do many things, and we can't do everything, and that's why we have this constant feeling that we are failing short of achieving that. And if you are having that feeling, I'm happy that we are having that feeling, and that feeling is something that would keep us going, I think, and that is coming out constantly, and I'm feeling happy that I'm not alone, and there are many who share this feeling, and there is joy in sharing that feeling as well. I think, having said that, I think I will call upon Francis to say a few words.
Thanks, Zia, for the words. And I also remember, some I think I will be very short. Two things I wanted to say. One is some of our personal experience for being as part of the, SFC. I was representing SFC from my, so I wanted to give you one small anecdote of what has happened at the point in time, where we were, we had actually have to boycott, weeks of class. We said we are not going to participate in the class until these things are settled down. For us, as a class, none of us went for the class actually at the time. That's in second semester, I suppose, I think the monsoon semester. Then I was in a position to be part of, since I was SFC member, I had to be meeting the faculty, in the closed room and then discuss what is happening, why you're not part of it. Then that's where I also learned a lot of things in terms of how best. Maybe at the time I was a student, and then that was a time when also I had to make the faculty realize from where we all come from, in terms of course, not that they are not aware, but then we have to be very, very, very vocal in from the way that we had to articulate. From very many vernacular language, and then very many social background people have come. So then we have to tell them that this is what we are. You are the one who recruited us, they shortlisted us, and then brought into the center. That needs you are the one who must also train us in a better way, not to the way that we must be handled. So that's the one experience that I still have, which cherishes. So in a sense, what I'm saying is that kind of dialogue that was possible in the center, that actually carries a long way for us also in our career as well as wherever we work. And that space they gave us as a student. They have not, that space was given to us. Even though some of, I do remember that I was very afraid of seeing Imrana in my class, because I need to prepare myself. I'm not from, any of my health arena. So not only me, I think many of my classmates were in the same boat for that matter. Because she used to come with their Renault pen backed on her hair. We walk very, very quickly, and then we'll be very terrified the way that she come into our class. We also been enjoying our class on otherwise Mohan Rav's class for that matter, and we really enjoyed our journal classes as well as the way that we have been questioned in the class, in the whole thing of presentation, and that actually created a lot of stream on us. So I must appreciate Center for that particular rigor, not only in terms of methodology, but also in terms of the way that we must negotiate. Then we treat everyone equal, and that I think helped us in a long way. Thanks for the faculty in the center for I think hats off to you all. Secondly, I think from the way forward in terms of some research, I feel that I think we need to go more on the margins part of it. At one side, because being part of some of the judicial member, I feel that families have been much more having challenges in recent times, especially children for that matter. Addiction is going in a big way in my state for that matter, so that must be taken care. Similarly, on the issues of migration, must also be much more given, much more thrust on the other things. So I stop here so that I will leave others to have. Hopefully, the coming 1 year of our celebration, we'll have all these focuses on our table. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. I hope current SFC members also heard him speak, and I'm sure current SFC members would tell you whether that space is still alive and is being available to them to negotiate with the faculty members that are there today. And we will try to ensure that SFC space, because that is very useful and enriching for students as well as teachers. Before I call upon someone who is online, I think I also want to indulge a bit and say something. Everybody even remembers, because you spoke about Imrana ma'am, everybody remembers Imrana ma'am, and we have had a session on 3rd. Everybody spoke about her elegance and about her being strict. My personal experience with her has been completely different. For me, she was one teacher who was available to indulge, to speak anything that is on my mind without any fear. So her doors were available for me, where I have gone with the first year, my MPH, I have gone with her reading and said to her, तुमने तो गलत लिखा है, आपने भी नहीं, तुमने तो यहाँ गलत लिखा है. And she is kind enough to say, अरे भाई मैंने बहुत पहले लिखा है, क्या लिखा है पहले तो बताओ तो मुझे क्या लिखा है मैंने. And then she would explain it to me, and then then I'm convinced, okay, if you're saying this, then I'm all right with it. So I was given that space where Alpana used to get frightened कि प्राचीन तुम ये क्या है, आप भी बोलना होता है. So she used to teach me कि हिंदी में आपको आप बोलना होता है. मेरे लिए I came from Bombay. Tu is for my contemporary, और कोई senior है तो तुम. So I am generous if I am talking to you as तुम, and everybody is tu या तेरे को. And so for me, that for everybody, Imrana is such a strict teacher, but for me, she has allowed this indulgence where I have gone and said कि तुमने तो यहाँ गलत लिखा है, her articles. And every conference, every meeting that I have attended, and if there is a speaker saying something and I have something that I'm not convinced about or have not had clarity, so I have, during tea breaks or lunch breaks, I would go stand near her and voice out and she would discuss with me. So that space was available, so that I don't know how students found her strict, but for me, she was always available to speak, to hear my mind and discuss whatever I had, whatever stupid doubts that I had. She was kind enough to discuss all those doubts and help me clarify my doubts. Thank you for doing that. And now I will call upon someone who is online to say something. Any alumni who is online? Anyone? Mohit, Ranveer, Shiv Kumar, Supriya. Maybe if they're taking time, those who are here in the auditorium, yes, please.
Good evening to all. I am really happy and delighted to see you all after a long time. So it is a real solace that I am finding it here now. I would like to say that yes, whatever I have learned, I was having this pride that I am doctorate from JNU. But when you actually go in the market and you realize that your value is still zero, you are struggling to find a good job in a good organization. So I am doing that. I'm still struggling, though I am working with WHO, but it is a contractual time bound, like it's for 6 months, 1 year. So looking for a job, working on my CV, going for other courses, extra courses to enhance my CV for professional growth. So this is it. So
thank you.
But yeah, good to see you all after
Thank you, Supriya.
really, really long time.
Thank you, Supriya, for sharing with us your initial struggles after submitting your thesis. Yes, you wanted to say.
नमस्कार एवरीवन आई एम डॉक्टर ओमलता भगत आई एम सॉरी मुझे आदत पड़ गई है डॉक्टर लगाने की बिकॉज आई एम वर्किंग इन एम्स जोधपुर एज अ फैकल्टी मेंबर इन डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिजियोलॉजी आई डिड माय MCH in the 2001 was my batch, and when I first came to the center for interview, the first thing which was asked was कौन सी नॉवल पढ़ते हो या कितनी नॉवेल्स पढ़ी है एंड बीइंग अ स्टूडेंट ऑफ साइंस I was someone who has read literature only in the course books till 10th, because after 10th I didn't had Hindi in my course. So that was, then I said मैं novels नहीं पढ़ती. So the Alpana was someone who said फिर करती क्या है and then I was really remembering her all throughout the day, because my interaction with her is like she made me speak up, because I was the person who doesn't want to speak, and every time I used to speak up, I used to shout in favor of doctors, because Alpna has given us few chapters and few articles on that where it was all against doctors somewhere somehow. It was on maternal and child health, and so I was like, why? So every time, so even though I was shouting and almost fighting with her on that point, she always kept me speaking. She said, you have to speak. Sometimes I like, मुझे नहीं बात करनी है. And then she said, फिर घूम फिर के कुछ तो बोलो. So that kind. And second thing is what I learned from the center is reading between the lines. And for that, I'm very indebted to Imrana madam. Whenever I went to her with my papers, but like term papers, and like I usually wrote whatever is given in the papers and the documents. She said, ये तो लिखा है, इसके बीच में कुछ दिखाई देना चाहिए. So you should read between the lines. And third thing which I learned from the center is to interact with the people at par with yourself. And that has helped me a lot when I'm dealing with my students at medical institution. Thank you. Thank you, all the teachers and the center for this. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Amrita. Thank you. Anyone else from those who is online? Mohit? Ranveer? Or those who are in auditorium? Yes, Naveen. Can you give? आप आगे आ जाइए नवीन जी.
मैं जैसा आया था 2001 में वैसा ही बोलूंगा, चूंकि मैं पान सिंह तोमर और बैंडेट कुन के इलाके का हूं, तो मैं आ गया था गलती से. और था उस समय मैं तिहाड़ जेल में था, तो पता लगा कि मेरे की सबसे बड़ा अधिकारी कौन होते हैं, कि आईपीएस होते हैं. मेरे वो कहाँ बनते हैं, कि जेएनयू जाना पड़ता है. मैंने क्या जाऊंगा, तो क्या जेएनयू आ गया मैं. तो मेरी भाषा भी वैसे ही थी. और उस समय पे हमारे एक प्रोफेसर मोहन राव थे और मैम थी, तो 5 क्वेश्चन आंसर आते थे. तो मैंने लिखा, तो एक स्टोरी आई कि पॉलिटिकल इकोनॉमी और समथिंग हेल्थ. तो मेरी समझ में आई नहीं वो कि मतलब क्या है. तो फिर मुझे बाद में क्लास हुई बाद में, तो मैम ने मुझे बोला कि नवीन तुम रोज आते हो. मैं क्या, मैं तो रोज आता हूँ. तो लिखते क्यों नहीं हो, ये तो तुमने पढ़ा है. मैंने यहाँ पढ़ा तो है. कि ये क्यों नहीं लिखा. मैंने ये क्या लिखा है कि पॉलिटिकल इकोनॉमी. तो आपने रक्कू स्टोरी नहीं पढ़ी. मैंने कहा वो तो मैंने पढ़ी है, कि वही तो लिखा है. ऐसे मुझे ये सेंटर ने नर्चर किया, जो मुझे अब भी लगता है कि अब जब मैं एक इंटरनेशनल ह्यूमन राइट्स में काम करता हूँ, तो बहुत से इंटरनेशनल लोग आते हैं, उनको इंटर्नशिप के लिए लेके भी जाता हूँ कि यहाँ पे ये देख लिए. डिनोटिफाइड कम्युनिटी के साथ मैं काम करता हूँ राजस्थान में. तो मुझे लग रहा है कि ये सेंटर ने जो सिखाया, चाहे भले ही मैं सोशल वर्क का हूँ, लेकिन वो चीज़ें मुझे सेंटर ने सिखाई जो आज भी मैं अप्लाई करने की कोशिश करता हूँ. और मेरे एक और बात, कि एक जर्नल क्लब होता था, तो हमारे कभी समझ में नहीं आता था कि जर्नल क्या होता क्या है और करते क्या है. और मेरी सुपरवाइजर अभी यहाँ है, उस समय रमा बारू थी, तो वो लिखती हो, मैं हिंदी में लिखता था और कुछ अंग्रेजी में उल्टा सीधा लिख देता था. तो कहती, नवीन मैं तुम्हारी मम्मी नहीं हूँ, ऐसे लिखो. और वो मुझे चीज़ें लगती है कि सेंटर अभी भी हमें दे रहा है, लेकिन थोड़े बहुत प्रश्न हैं जो अच्छे हैं, बेहतरी के लिए होंगे. बहुत ऐसे नए नए एस्पेक्ट्स हैं जो इस सेंटर ने बहुत अच्छे से लिए हैं. और केवल सेंटर के मुझे लग रहा है कुछ फैकल्टी यहाँ तक सीमित नहीं है. जब मैं एक्सनेट में काम करने चला गया, फिर बाहर काम करने चला गया, तो उसके बाद जाया तो मेरे पीएचडी का, तो वो भी यहाँ की फैकल्टी ने मुझे कुछ कुछ करेक्शन किया. तो मुझे लगता है कि अभी भी ये मुकाम हासिल कर रहा है और बहुत उम्मीद हमें जगा रहा है. और सर आपके जो प्रश्न हैं वो अभी जारी रहेंगे. तो आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल. तो मुझे थोड़े भावनात्मक रूप में आ गया. आई एम वेरी सॉरी. थैंक यू.
Thank you, Naveen. Thank you. Anyone else would like to add? Current students also, if you want to say something.
I just want to add one thing that professionally और सेंटर के अंदर जो भी मिला, उसके सिवाय पर्सनल बहुत वो भी मैं ना एग नहीं खाती हूँ. और तो केक बन के आया डॉक्टर संघमित्रा के घर से, और उसमें एग था. एंड मैंने कहा मैं नहीं खाऊंगी बिकॉज मैं एग नहीं खाती हूँ. शी मेड श्योर कि मेरे बर्थडे के दिन शी कॉल्ड मी एट हर प्लेस उन्होंने केक बनाया बिना एग के, एंड शी सेड कि ये तुम्हारी, मेरी तरफ से तुम्हारा बर्थडे गिफ्ट, एंड दैट वाज लवली बर्थडे आई हैड इन दिस कैंपस way back in 2002. So it's not just professional growth, it has given us the personal touch as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Omlata. We still go to Professor Sanghamitra's house and still get treated with many goodies and food. Thank you for bringing that up. Anyone else?
हाय प्राचीन।
Yes. Yes, Ranveer.
आपने दो बार मेरा नाम लिया तो ये मेरी जिम्मेदारी बन गई कि अब कुछ बोलना पड़ेगा।
बिल्कुल।
हाय एवरीबॉडी। आज मैं सुबह से बहुत सारे लोगों को सुन रहा हूँ। इट्स रियली अ वंडरफुल फीलिंग। आई एम रियली मिसिंग इट आउट कि मैं वहाँ पर्सनली नहीं हूँ। होता तो शायद शाम को पोस्ट डिनर थोड़ा और भी बातें होती और बातों से थोड़ा और बातें निकलती। आई वुड लाइक टू शेयर जस्ट 2 mistakes which I did in this center. एक ये कि जब हमने रिसर्च का पेपर पढ़ा वहाँ बहुत ब्लंडर हुआ। वो आई होप कि अब नहीं होता होगा। ठीक है, सो उस पेपर में ऐसा कुछ भी हमने नहीं पढ़ा जो हमने पहले नहीं पढ़ा था और कोई खास एक्सपोजर उसमें नहीं था। सो आई एम वेरी मच होपफुल इन दिस डायरेक्शन कि अभी वैसा ना होता हो। दूसरा 6 to 9 एक एनवायरनमेंट का पेपर होता था, उसमें भी थोड़ा सा धोखा हुआ हमारे साथ। आई होप कि अब वैसा ना होता हो। दूसरा मिस्टेक जो कमी मुझे लगता है कि इस सारे टेन्योर के बीच में, आई ज्वाइंट सेंटर इन 2005 और 2012 में मैंने खत्म किया अपना PhD। Thanks to all the faculties, at the very last moment I was thinking I will deregister myself and then I will come back couple of years later for 9B, but I think because they are having a vision, they are having a clarity कि ये लड़का गया तो गया हाथ से, so hold him, take 1 year just right now and finish it and then leave. Thanks for that thing and thanks for just showing that confidence in me. I also would like to say that since morning, the thing which I am witnessing, that the whole department is looking for the legitimacy within the peer itself. कोई भी चेहरा ऐसा नहीं था जो मैं पिछले 15 साल से नहीं देख रहा हूँ। 2005 में मैं सेंटर में आया, शुरू के 2-3 साल पब्लिक हेल्थ का P भी पता नहीं चला, कम्युनिटी हेल्थ का C पता नहीं चला, बट स्टिल जितना सेंस था, जितना समझ बना, ये वही चेहरे थे जो 2005, 6, 7 से देखना शुरू किए और अभी भी वही दिख रहे हैं। So I sincerely appeal that this is a high time to make new ties, to explore the unexplored areas and just build new negotiations, new bridges with other disciplines, other institutions, other different streams and different organizations itself. एक चीज जो अभी एक मिथ जो है लोगों में, जो मुझे भी लगा कि शायद मिथ है, मैं भी उस मिथ में था थोड़ा सा, कि ये सेंटर जो है ये जॉब के लिए हमें प्रिपेयर करता है, बट ये मिथ JNU में रहने के आई थिंक कोई 3 या 4 साल बाद ये टूट गया था। आई रियलाइज इट वेरी क्लियरली कि ये पर्टिकुलर स्किल सेट से मुझे जॉब नहीं मिलेगा। I was having very clear idea, but one thing which I am really thankful for this department and this institution, कि जैसा अभिजीत पाठक बोलते हैं ना कि आजकल के एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन साइक्लो स्टाइल है, जिरोक्स मशीन्स हैं, तो ये डिपार्टमेंट वो जिरोक्स मशीन नहीं है। यहाँ से पास आउट हर एक स्टूडेंट अपने आप में अलग स्टूडेंट है, उसका एरिया ऑफ एक्सपर्टीज अलग है, अलग तरह का स्किल सेट है, और अगर कोई अलग से चीजें एक्सप्लोर करना चाहता है उसका भी एक स्पेस दिया जाता है उस चीज को, विच आई एम रियली थैंकफुल फॉर। तो ये आई थिंक ये जो ये मिथ है ये शुरू में ही ये क्लियर कर दिया जाए, क्योंकि ये मिथ अगर बहुत लास्ट तक रहे तो लोगों को बड़ा नुकसान होता है इस चीज का, कि भाई नहीं, वी आर नॉट प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर यू फॉर एक किसी पर्टिकुलर जॉब के लिए आपको तैयार नहीं किया जा रहा है, बट सिर्फ आप एज अ थिंकर मुझे ये लगता है right now I am teaching in Central University of Jammu since 2016 I am teaching here. और जब 2016 जुलाई 20 को मैंने ज्वाइन किया और मैं जब क्लास पढ़ाना शुरू किया, सो एट दैट वेरी फर्स्ट मोमेंट आई रियलाइज यार ये आफत वाला काम है। 1 घंटे की क्लास के लिए 3-4 घंटे पढ़ना पड़ता है, और शायद मैंने जिंदगी में तब थोड़ा पढ़ना शुरू किया। आई स्टिल रिमेम्बर कदीर मैम्स रिमार्क्स इन वन ऑफ वाइवा के, तुम अपना टाइम क्यों बर्बाद कर रहे हो, यहाँ झोला पैक करो और जाओ। सो आई जस्ट वांट टू एंश्योर हर कि नहीं, मैंने अपना टाइम बर्बाद नहीं किया वहाँ पे। आई एम रियली थैंकफुल टू हर ऑल्सो, शी जस्ट डिड दैट नेगेटिव एनफोर्समेंट। तो आज जो मैं हूँ उससे मैं खुश हूँ, और सेंटर का काफ़ी कंट्रीब्यूशन है उस चीज़ में। जो ये मिथ का बात मैंने कहा कि ये ब्रेक करना थोड़ा ज़रूरी है, इसलिए कि डिपार्टमेंट हमें वो सोचने का जो स्कोप देता है, आप सोचना शुरू करते हो, आप चीज़ों को एक अलग पर्सपेक्टिव से देखना शुरू करते हो। तो वो that is the one legacy which we all just take away from the center. Thank you very much, and hope to see all of you somewhere, some other part, some other time. कभी ना कभी मिलेंगे जरूर। Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ranveer. This instrumental and intrinsic value of education is, in fact, quite conflicting area, and for discipline like public health, it becomes even more prominent, and it comes out quite strongly. And thank you for the suggestion of making new alliances. We are open to making new alliances while retaining our perspectives as well. We look forward to our alumni to open new channels for new friendships for CSMCH, and we look forward for these new partnerships through all of you, and we are looking forward to that also. Thank you, Ranveer.
Just can I take just 30 more seconds?
Yes, please.
Because most of the pool which coming in almost all the batches, majority of them, they are coming after they completing their PG in social work. I am also just belonging to the same hall. Now, when they complete this course, sooner or later, either they are going into the development sector, or either they are just joining some educational institution, engaging directly in teaching. अब सोशल वर्क डिसिप्लिन अपने आप में, अब एक अंकल होते थे फ्लैक्शनर, 1901 में बोल के चले गए कि भैया प्रोफेशन का ये बाउंड्री होता है, सोशल वर्क उसमें फिट नहीं है। सो सोशल वर्क इज नॉट अ प्रोफेशन एट ऑल, क्योंकि हम लोग बहुत स्पेसिफिक नहीं है। हम बोलते हैं क्रिमिनोलॉजी भी हमको पढ़ाना है, एनवायरमेंटल साइंस भी पढ़ाना है, हेल्थ भी पढ़ाना है, साइकोलॉजी भी देखना है, सोशल साइंस भी देखना है, रूरल डेवलपमेंट भी देखना है, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं एक साथ। तो मुझे ये लगता है कि ये जो बंच है पर्टिकुलरली इस एक डिसिप्लिन का ही, ठीक है, ये काफी बड़ा पूल है अपने आप में। उसमें कनेक्शंस एस्टेब्लिश किए जा सकते हैं और एक्सप्लोर किए जा सकते हैं, और इंटर इंस्टीट्यूशनल टाइज बिल्ड किए जा सकते हैं उसमें। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Ranveer. We'll work on those suggestions. Anyone else? Those who are online or in the auditorium? Yes, Supriya.
Supriya.
Yes.
Sir, एक query है regarding this research thing. सर वो ये है कि पब्लिक हेल्थ रिसर्च की डिग्री हमें मिली है, बट रिसर्च में एक पार्ट में एक्सपर्टीज है, बिकॉज SPSS तो बहुत रिडंडेंट सॉफ्टवेयर हो गया, स्ट्रेटा पाइथन नहीं आ रहा, तो कोर्सेरा में अब जाके ज्वाइन करके सीख रहे हैं कि स्किल बिल्डअप कर रहे हैं कि UN की जॉब मिल जाए कहीं भी, 2 साल 5 साल का परमानेंट हो जाए। बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ रही है, बट सर ये है कि 5 साल और 7 साल अगर हमने JNU में लगाए हैं, तो सर रिसर्च का अगर डिग्री मिले तो एटलीस्ट रिसर्च का क्वांटिटेटिव पार्ट जो है वो तो स्ट्रांग हो जाए। मतलब मुझे लैपटॉप लेकर कहाँ भागना पड़ रहा था, दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी प्रोफेसर स्टैटिस्टिक्स में थे, उनसे अप्रोच करके कि आप मुझे SPSS का कर दें, फिर ज्योग्राफी डिपार्टमेंट में वर्गीस सर से हेल्प लेनी पड़ी। तो सर वो वाला थोड़ा सा, अगर पब्लिक हेल्थ में ही PhD है, डिस्कोर्स और आइडियोलॉजी एक है, क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग इतनी आ चुकी है कि मिनिस्ट्री में आप जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी से जाओ, मतलब सामने कुछ बोल रहे होते हैं, दिमाग में अपना चल रहा होता है, तो अपनी वायरिंग मिनिस्ट्री में काम करने लायक बिल्कुल नहीं हुई है। लेकिन तो भी ब्रेड एंड बटर के लिए आपको मिनिस्ट्री में भी देखना है, काम करना है, तो उसके लिए भी थोड़ा कैंपस प्लेसमेंट वहां पर जाके पता चला कि ओके टीआईएसएस से आए हुए प्रोडक्ट्स हैं ये। जेएनयू का दिल्ली में है, फ्यू किलोमीटर्स अवे मिनिस्ट्री है, बट तो भी वी डू नॉट हैव यू नो जेएनयू एलुमनस जो भी who are working there, though they are working but not through जेएनयू। सो उसमें कुछ हो सकता है सर, आपका व्यू चाहिए, क्योंकि बहुत स्ट्रगल करना पड़ रहा है। जॉन हॉपकिंस में जो पब्लिक हेल्थ को सेंटर में रखे जो काफी सारे डायमेंशंस दिए, उसका मुझे जब देखती हूँ चार्ट में का अच्छा आप लोग बस इस वाले चार्ट में है, सोशल साइंस वाला एस्पेक्ट है, बट बायोस्टैटिस्टिक्स, हेल्थ इकोनॉमिक्स, डेटा साइंस आज के टाइम का वो सब गायब। तो उसके लिए अब कहीं ना कहीं से सीवी स्ट्रॉन्ग करने के लिए करें, अभी भी वर्क एक्सपीरियंस सर बहुत काम करना पड़ रहा है। So yeah.
Thank you. Yes, we understand this. This is a very age-old. I think since I was a student, this lack of sufficient time and training in quantitative techniques is being part of discussion among students, and we recognize this as one of our limitations where we don't give sufficient time to quantitative techniques. This is not to say that we haven't discussed this among ourselves as faculty. We have discussed it. We have attempted at points of time to bring that in workshop mode, but we realize that limitation, and hopefully in coming future we will work on that. But at the same time, JNU has a structure of education where you can take courses from other centers, and in JNU there are few centers which are very well known for doing quantitative techniques: CSRD, computational and mathematical integrative sciences. They have a mathematical cell, computational cell, and some of these courses are offered in these centers, and I'm sure some of these students, when they're opting for optional courses, can take up those courses, and some of these skills you will have to learn on your way, because we as a teacher, when we are teaching you, we are also constantly juggling whether we give our time to perspectives or to techniques. Both are important. This is not to say that we don't realize the importance of both, but because of the time constraint within which we are also operating, we are forced to make choices. But at the same time, this university offers you sufficient space to give time and learn some of these quantitative techniques that you were highlighting. They're important. But at the same time, I would want to warn you that when you have hammer in your hand, everything looks like a nail. So when you know quantitative techniques, please be aware that you don't try to reduce every problem to some numbers and units and trivialize that problem. So I'm sure you would be cautious in doing that. You should definitely learn quantitative techniques, but you should also keep these things in mind. Having said that, I think I'm taking too much time. Anyone else would like to add?
Prachin, I have a strong suggestion, because I think a lot of the younger alumni are one of the issues they're saying about the job.
Yes,
I think we need to build a good database with our specializations, like how we have been working, and we can strengthen our own alumni of supporting each other. So I think some of them are working at WHO level or like global level, or even at the academics or with the grassroots. I think we should take this opportunity to consolidate the data of all the alumni. Please prepare a Google sheet so that we can fill it up, circulate it, and that can be an access for the social networking for all of us wherever we move on.
Thank you, Emma, for that suggestion. We are taking these suggestions. So all of this program was started on the demand of current students, specifically, if I were to mention it, second year students, MPH third semester students, and then it caught on and we started this. So students also have this demand to reach out to alumni. They are also looking forward to some kind of opportunities after they finish their courses. So we would definitely do that, and the whole next day we are working on some of those aspects that you mentioned, Mary. I hope you will attend the tomorrow's meeting as well and give those suggestions. Now it is almost 7:45. Dinner will be served at 8 o'clock. So till then we can continue this discussion and then go for dinner, or if you want to take a break before your dinner and catch up and talk among yourselves, you can do that. So if you you can do that. So if there is no any particular comment, or if does anyone have anything to say, or else I'll go to vote of thanks. Thank you all of you for being here. Thank you all of those who are online. I completely understand the kind of patience that is needed for going through the whole day from 10 o'clock in the morning till now almost 8 o'clock, being glued to your screen and attend this kind of a conference. Thank you for having that patience and being there throughout the day in this meeting. Thank you, JNU administration, for providing this venue, and thank you, Chopra Audio Visuals, for supporting us through this program and for your wonderful arrangements. Thank you, all the alumni who took initiative in making this program a successful program. I can't name all of them, but I should definitely name Indranil, Indra, Francis, who took lead, Shayan, Amitabo. So I'm just naming few of them. Eddie, yes, of course. Eddie came to a crucial help at the end, and he was savior for us. Thank you, Eddie, for showing that confidence and sailing us through. Thank you for that. Thank you all the alumni for wholeheartedly contributing and being here for the program. Thank you to all our office staff who helped us through all this process. Jeevan ma'am, Abhay, Dinesh, Anilji, for helping us and working out on the constant demand that we made from you. Thank you for that. Thank you all the speakers and invitees and collaborators who took out time to make those videos and send us, and indulging in our constant emails and reminders to you. Thank you for sending us those videos and your presence here. Thank you all of you. I can't name all of them because we have already had a very long day session, so I don't want to name and extend it. Thank you to all the students who volunteered for this program. A big thank you to all of you who worked out every detail of this program and made it a very wonderful experience for all of us, very comfortable experience for all of us. Thank you for that volunteering and working out every detail of the program and making sure that everything is implemented as you planned and making it a successful and a very wonderful program. Thank you, all of you. Thank you. And with that, I would invite all of you to dinner in cafeteria. I also would like to invite all of you to be there for tomorrow's alumni meet, where we will discuss formalities around CSMCH Alumni Association. How do you want to take it ahead? So I'll request all of you to be there tomorrow 10 o'clock in JNU Convention Center in adjacent committee room. So I request all of you to be there. Thank you, all of you. Thank you. Thank you.